Okay, so we're gonna do the video. I never thought I'd say this. I'm really upset. Let me get my iPad. Okay, so I'm so upset. Like, everybody has Apple TV, Real Housewives, and Dateline. I tell you, I've watched too much Dateline. Yes, well, I investigate for a living, anyways. So I mean, I'm a corporate investigator. So I do investigations on the corporate level. It's a lot like investigating at the government level. I just do it all for corporations instead. So, or law firms, banks. I do investigation work for banks too. Major banks. So, what I'm really upset with right now. Oh, by the way, one real quick. Of course. Raider always be like, "You're not a detective." When I caught him cheating, I was just like, actually, though, I am. I really wish, because Raider does have a lawyer, he has an immigration lawyer. I really wish his lawyer would sit down and be like, "Do you have any idea what you were dating?" She's a beast. Like, she's a full-on legal beast. That woman is insane. What were you thinking? Seriously, I'm a beast of a woman. In law, are you kidding me? Like, seriously, I really wish his immigration lawyer would sit down and be like, "Listen, this one is..." Yeah. You're asking for it at some point. And you are. Okay. Oh, yeah. Seriously, like, I'm a total beast of a legal person. I'm really sorry about that. Sorry, not sorry, but yeah. No, when I litigate in collections as a litigation assistant, they call me the beast. When I do investigative and litigative work for major banks and corporate. That's my nickname, the beast. For real. Okay, so they're just freaked out because I got a 7-centimeter cyst on my ovary, and I was at work when it happened, and I had to go to the emergency room at work. You know, I was like calling doctors, and then my boss came over and she's like, "Just go to the emergency room." I was like, "Okay." And I was like squirming around in pain. I was like, "This really hurts." And yeah, so she's like, "Just go to the emergency room, Lindsay." So I went to the emergency room, and they were like, "Oh, yeah, time for the morphine." And then they started giving me morphine and hydrocodone. And I was at work the next day. I told my boss, I was like, "Listen, I'm coming in a little late, but I can make it in." And she's like, "What? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll make it in." She's like, "Okay." And, you know, I just took my hydrocodone, and I was like, all I'm doing is sitting at a desk, you know, and typing. No, I fully litigated like 10 cases that day. It was one of my better work days because I was on hydrocodone. It was amazing. I don't care. I felt great. So I felt real good. I had a blast. So yeah, okay. So wait, hold on. I'm so upset. I really wish his immigration lawyer would sit him down and be like, this is what this means in America. Roque. Roque. She's insane. Do you know what that means? Okay. So everybody has like their one person, their one like celebrity person, right? Usually. Everybody has their one person they love, like whether that's music, everybody has their favorite musicians, favorite bands, and things like that. Like my favorite band of all time, to know me for real, you know I love pasta. You don't know me if you don't know I don't. Everybody learns that real fast about me. If you get into my real life for real, you learn real fast that I love pasta. I love all pasta. I eat pasta all the time. I love pasta. I love pasta. And my favorite band is Mazzy Star. I have a tattoo on my hip for my favorite band. It's my first tattoo. So Mazzy Star is my favorite band of all time. And you learn that really fast. They've been my favorite band since I was 12 years old, almost 30 years. So, yeah. Seriously. This is one of the reasons why I'm divorced, by the way. Let me tell you. You know how many times I sent my ex-husband to see concerts? People that I knew for a fact he loved. John Prine, Todd Snyder, all those people. I would buy him the concert tickets over the years. And then a lot of times, we had a baby. Somebody had to stay home with the baby. And I was a freak. I refused to let my kid be babysat by anybody but my mom. So I was like all head case. So I was like all freaked out about it. So I wouldn't let anybody babysit my kid. So, for real. No, nobody babysit my kid but my mom or Joe's mom for years. Years. I was really crazy about it. I mean, he was with me or my mom or his mom, for real. So I sent Joe to concerts all the time. We're both music nuts, but he would have his friends buy tickets and he would go with his friends, right? I did that so many times for him as like birthday presents, Christmas gifts, whatever, because I wanted him to see his favorite people. The one time Mazzy Star toured once in my lifetime that I'm aware of, that I was old enough to see. Once. One time. The guitarist is dead now, by the way. Thank you. So, Hope Sandoval, you better live forever. Oh my God. So, they toured once. This was years ago. It was like 10 years ago. And they were coming close enough. All he had to do, and I hinted to him, I don't know how many times. That is the one time I would have been like, Joe, we can run a background check, and we can have somebody babysit Eli for one night. You know what I'm saying? And we can, because I was a heck, I still am. But so we can run a background check, we can take a blood test, all that fun stuff. And this is the one exception, because this is my favorite band of all time. I inked them into my skin. I hinted all kinds of hints. They're touring. You know, like, it is my favorite band of all time. I have all their albums. I know all their music. I've listened to them for 30 years. It is in my skin, Mazzy Star, right? They came around, nothing. No concert ticket, nothing. That's when I knew. That's when what is one of the many reasons. That's one of the ways I knew it was time for me to get divorced. He didn't buy me concert tickets to my favorite band after all. And I really, like, one of my wedding presents to Joe, I got him a wedding gift. We went and saw Todd Prine. Or not Todd Prine. Todd Prine. Oh, what's his name? It's Todd Snyder, I think. Is that his name? Yeah, that alt country guy. I want to make sure I have it right. Todd Prine, John Prine. Is it Todd Snyder? No, it's Todd something. What is it? It's one of those, I don't know. Todd something. I can't remember. All of Joe's dudes mix in. They all mix together. Yeah, Todd Prine. What is his name? Todd something. Hold on, it's gonna burn me alive. Hold on. Country. It's like alt country. He loves Wilco. I do like Wilco too. He loves Wilco. Wilco's one of his favorite bands. Todd. What is it? It's Todd something. Todd County. Country singer. Todd Cameron? No. Is it Todd Snyder? Yeah, it is Todd Snyder. Okay, I thought so. I spelled it wrong. Okay. Yeah, it's Todd Snyder. Yeah, so I was right. All right. I thought so. I just spelled it wrong. So I guess there's a menswear company named Todd Snyder. Odd. So, no, we got married. We got married in the historic Corden courthouse in Indiana. Corden's the original capital of Indiana, not Indianapolis. And we're both from Indiana. And Joe is from Corden originally. So, and Corden, I grew up in Floyd County, but Corden's the next county over. And we grew up, taking field trips to historic Corden. We took field trips to Indianapolis, Chicago, all those places. But Washington, D.C., all of our field trips were capital-based, except for Chicago. That was our 6th grade field trip. That was the big trip to go on, was Chicago and D.C., which I did. Had a blast. Yeah, it was crazy. But, funny story about that. I was going to 8th grade was our Washington, D.C. field trip. My dad owned his own business. He was a pigeon catcher for years. He did make great money. It's really good money. He was 40 years as a pigeon catcher. The person that got him into pigeon catching was this crazy Texan man. He wasn't our uncle, but we called him Uncle. It's Uncle Lynn. And we came to Texas all the time to come visit Uncle Lynn and go to Galveston Island and vacation. And so Uncle Lynn taught my dad and showed my dad all about pigeon catching. And my dad became a pigeon catcher for 4 years. He eventually branched off. Now, Uncle Lynn and my dad did business together all the time. And Uncle Lynn, every time he was driving through Indiana, he would stop by our house and stay for a few days. And, it was the night before we were to leave for Washington, D.C., and Uncle Lynn was in town. And I was bugging my dad because they gave me a couple $100 for the trip, because this is back in the 90s. So an 8th grader with a couple $100 is a lot of money. So I was like, Dad, give me more money, and Uncle Lynn was there, and he's just like, here's $100, I was like, that's what's up. I was laughing at my dad, and my dad was like, you know, but he gave her more money. Yeah. But yeah, I grew up with Uncle Lynn. Yeah. And we were always coming to Texas and stuff. And one time when you're pigeon catching, bird catching, you my life is really weird. I come from a very like eccentric bohemian family. I'm that way. We're just very eccentric people. But when you're bird catching, my dad, sometimes you catch exotic birds, you know, because you go to the train yards, that's where all the pigeons are, you throw out the feed in the nets. And, you know, the birds come into the net, you light off the bombs and the net folds over them. Okay, I know it sounds weird, but I grew up bird catching my whole life. So we had the pigeon pen at our old house is still standing in Indiana, by the way, if you ever find out where I live, my old childhood home, because that's where I grew up for years till I was 16, 17 years old. We had a pigeon pen, and we always had at least like 10,000 birds in that pen. I mean, for real. But you always catch other birds too. So we would find parrots sometimes. Sometimes a random parrot or a cockatiel or something like that would come up. And one time in Atlanta, my dad found an African gray parrot. We begged him to keep that bird. We were just like, please, let's keep the parrot. Oh my God. And we lived on a farm, a 40-acre farm. And we already had like goats and cats and dogs. And my dad, we also bred German Shepherds, and we had German Shepherds all over the place. And we had 1 million cats, not in the house. We only had one house cat, but we had a bunch of barn cats, and it was, you know, old McDonald. And, you know, we grew up horse riding, all kinds of stuff. So we begged him to keep that bird. He refused. He's just like, no more animals. So Uncle Lynn took the parrot, had that parrot for years. Oh my God, it's hilarious. No, we always had birds, but my mom, I grew up with parakeets. And then we had parakeets. We had Fred and Wilma, the Flintstones. That was my birthday present one year when I was like 6 or 7, and I had Fred and Wilma for a long time. And then we had the lovebirds. But we went on vacation as a family, and we took the lovebirds to our local vet. Because our local vet we've known for years. We took all our animals there. We asked our vet if we could keep the lovebirds at their office, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. We'll keep them out. Let them, you know, let everybody say hi to them. You know, it'll be fun for them. While we were on vacation, they got super depressed. Lovebirds are prone to depression. They're really sensitive, and they died. It was horrible. It was so horrible. So we came back, and that's hilarious because we had our lovebirds forever. And it was funny because lovebirds are for real. They're lovebirds. They fuck all the time. For real. All they do is have sex. And it's hilarious. And no, we left them at the vet's office, and they're just like, oh, this will be amazing because the lovebirds can just see everybody. And then the vet calls us in the middle of vacation. We don't know what happened. We're doing a full autopsy. The vet did an autopsy on our lovebirds. It was crazy. So yeah, my family is Yeah. So, no, my dad was a pigeon catcher for 40 years. He owned Midwest Pigeon Control. Yeah, so just real quick, because most people don't know what that is. Cities, a lot of times it'll be a city. They'll call up my dad or somebody like him, and they'll be like, listen, we have a pigeon problem. Pigeon shit ruins buildings, specifically limestone buildings. So they'll be like, listen, the pigeons are out of whack. Come get them. So what happens is my dad, a lot of nets. You have to make nets. You're constantly repairing nets because if you get a new net every time, that's a lot of money. Nets are not cheap. So, a lot of net repair. And then you make bombs out of gun shells. So, like the classic mustard and ketchup bottles. My dad kept those, except they had gunpowder in them. And then he takes the gunpowder and fills up the shells. He makes his own little bombs out of them. And then he put those all around the nets. I grew up watching my dad make mini bombs at the table. It's a life. So he made mini bombs to put around the net. And then you throw the net out at a train yard. You go to the train yards. You throw the net out. You throw the feed in. The birds come. You set the bombs off. The net overlaps the birds. And then you start, pulling the birds, putting them in the coops. And, back then, back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, all that fun stuff, you make about $2 a bird back then is what he charged. So if you go to a city and you catch 4,000 birds, you got $8,000. And then after you do that, you'll resell them to people having pigeon shoots. So it's kind of weird because on one end you're in a train yard, and then the other end you're hanging out with all these like super high-end rich people at pigeon shoots. That's how I grew up. It was a really weird life. My dad, he has like all these like, he goes on these crazy trips like deep sea fishing in the Gulf of Mexico. And my dad, he can afford to do it himself. He like chartered boats in Alaska when we lived in Alaska. He chartered a deep sea fishing boat in Alaska and took my ex-husband deep sea fishing up there. That's what I'm saying. Joe couldn't fucking figure out a concert ticket. So, yeah, don't get me wrong, my dad's an asshole. My dad is a major asshole. He's just a major asshole with a lot of money. And even though he is a type of way, and he is a very hardworking man. I did get all my work ethic from my dad. And my dad is very smart. My dad's a really intelligent man. He's a very smart, intelligent man, and he's very hardworking. I did get all that from my dad. My mom's smart too, don't get me wrong. My mom's really smart. She's just smart in a different way. And I'm smart in that way too. I credit a lot of my intelligence from her. Both of my parents are very smart people. Very smart. They're just assholes. But whatever. And I understand why they're assholes to a degree, but there's a limit. Yeah, so that's pigeon catching. So you make $4 a bird, really. So you didn't make $8,000, you made $16,000. So, and back then that's a lot of money. And that's one thing of birds, A lot of his business was up in New York, up in the East Coast, Northeast. That's where a lot of places, especially a lot of cities, were calling my dad and being like, he spent a lot of time in Buffalo, New York in the winter. So, yeah, not a fun place. Actually, when 9/11 happened, my dad was in New York. He was driving back from Buffalo, New York for a pigeon trip. And, we were like freaked out because, he wasn't in New York City, but he was in New York when all that was going down. It was really crazy. No, but that's what my dad does for a living. He was a pigeon catcher. So I just call it, netting birds. There's a lot of slang with that. I went off on a tangent. I'm really sorry about that. So that's how I grew up. I grew up traveling. When we didn't have to be in school, we were on the road with my dad. So we were just like, we want to go. And, it was, the three of us overpowering him. We're just like, we're going. So, yeah, I mean, and he didn't mind. My dad is an asshole. He wasn't an asshole in any creepy, crazy way. He's just an asshole. But yeah, and don't get me wrong, just because he was an asshole doesn't mean I don't have, like, good memories of childhood. Yeah, and we went traveling with him a lot. Our Disney, like, we went to Disney a few times, but, like, the big Disney trip with me and my little sister, it was on a pigeon catching trip. It was in the middle of a pigeon catch. We went down. He went to go scope out a bird situation. We went to Disney World for like a day or two, and then we went back. So I mean, that's kind of how we live our life. Is like we can do the fun things, but it has to be kind of in the middle of work. It's a weird life. That's how I grew up, though. I traveled most of the United States by the time I was 16. Mexico, Canada. I traveled all of it by the time I was 16. And then, I went off to travel the world and live all around the world. I'm just a very weird person. I grew up a very weird way. Yeah. So, we got married in historic Corden. My ex-husband's from historic Corden. We got married in the historic Corden courthouse. It was really cool. And then we went to Louisville to have our wedding reception. And we ate at a really nice restaurant downtown Louisville. And then the Brown Hotel is a historic, beautiful, amazing hotel in Louisville. We stayed at the Brown for that weekend. And then the next day, we went to go see Todd Snyder. That was my wedding gifts to Joe, was the Brown Hotel and Todd Snyder. And, yeah. So we did that. And then we had the wedding reception after our wedding, but it was just family. Then we'd had the big wedding reception. That was Friday night. Then we had the big wedding reception on Sunday, and that was family, friends, everybody. There was like 200 people there. So that's how we did our wedding. It was, I wore a white dress. He wore a black, he didn't wear a suit, but he wore like a really, really nice black shirt and black slacks. And we got married in the historic courthouse. It was a really nice wedding, and all our family was there. And then we had the reception afterwards, and then we stayed at the Brown. Did that whole thing. It was a really nice wedding. It was really laid back. It was really low key, but it was a really cool wedding. We did actually have a really cool wedding. So that all being said, we were married for 8 years. We were together 18 years. We did date on and off those 10 years. We took a lot of breaks, but yeah, we were together for 18 years pretty much, except for a couple years, in between. Yeah. Everybody that knows me knows I love Mazzy Star. Everybody. To know me is to know that is my favorite band. I love pasta. I love Mazzy Star. I love Batman. I love, I'm really heavily into martial arts and things of that nature. And you also know that I like Keanu Reeves, okay? I saw Point Break when I was a little girl in Parenthood, and I was smitten, I was in love, I was instantly head over heels, right? Late 80s, early 90s, that whole scene. And my cousin Kelly, me and my cousin, my mom has a twin sister, and the kids kind of paired off. So there's Courtney and Christy, there's me and Kelly, and Whitney and Kyle. My mom's twin sister had 3 kids, my mom had 3 kids, and we paired off. And we paired off for real. Like, yeah, I'll get into that later. But, like when we were at Mamaw's house, me and Kelly would go into Mamaw's giant bathroom. My Mamaw had like her bathroom remodeled, and she had a hot tub put in. Like she had this giant hot tub in the middle of her bathroom. My papa really went all out for her. And she had this giant vanity with tons of Mamaw products on it. And we would take her Dixie cups and like pour toothpaste and face cream and all kinds of stuff in there and mix it all together and wait till Whitney and Kyle fell asleep, and we would put it on their face like as a prank, because when we were at Mamaw's house, we didn't have anything to do. We had to be creative, and we were. So my Mamaw, she was a Mamaw for sure, but she wasn't geared towards being like Toys R Us. We had a Nintendo at Mamaw's house. She did get a Nintendo. She kept a Nintendo there. She made us learn how to sew. She made us learn how to knit and crochet. We had to knit and crochet at Mamaw's house. She was always cooking. You wake up to the smell of biscuits and gravy at Mamaw's house. Like, that's how you know how to wake up at 7 a.m. So, that's how you wake up at my Mamaw's house, is biscuits and gravy. It was just, that's how we grew up. But in order to like have fun, you're running around. She lived on the side of a mountain in Kentucky, and there was a creek running through her property, and we would go out in the creek and catch. We would take the Dixie cups and catch tadpoles, catch frogs, catch little critters in the creek, and that's just kind of how we spent our time at Mamaw's house. And that was one of the things we did she had a really big house, and it was a really cool big house, and we would play hide and seek, because you could really play hide and seek in her house. We did those kinds of things growing up. Yeah, and me and Kelly, we would stay up late at night and make those little concoctions and like pour it on Whitney and Kyle. It got so bad, we were pranking them so hard, they would start sleeping with my mom and Aunt Karen in the blue bedroom, because Mamaw had she color themed her bedroom. It's totally Mamaw stuff. There was the red bedroom, the blue bedroom, Mamaw's bedroom, the green bedroom. So Mom and Karen would always sleep in the blue bedroom, and we would always hang out in the red bedroom. And Mom and Karen, the Whitney and Kyle had to start sleeping with Mom and Karen, because she had a big giant king size bed in there, and they would start sleeping with them because we were pranking them too much. But so yeah. Yeah, Mamaw's house was the shit. She had 2 fridges full, always. Oh, yeah. She always had Mamaw candy. She made homemade candy. She made homemade Reese's cups. Like, for real. She makes these homemade. For real. She makes everything homemade. It's crazy. That's how I grew up. I grew up making that. So, my family is very we're on another wavelength. So we're crazy. Very Southern. Very. You wouldn't know it to talk to me, because I had my accent taken out of me through years of corporate customer service. But my family is Southern. I mean Southern. I mean real Southern. Yeah. So it's bad. Anyways, you'd think that motherfucker would get me a concert ticket, right? No, nothing. All the concert tickets I bought that asshole, even for a wedding gift, right? Todd Snyder, I spent like $100 because it wasn't just me and Joe. It was me, Joe, my little sister, and her now husband, but at the time boyfriend, Andrew, her husband. So we were, I bought 4 concert tickets for us all to go see Todd Snyder in Bloomington, Indiana. And so we got married Friday night. We stayed at the Brown Hotel. Joe and I got really super drunk at the Bourbon Bar. If you're going to the Brown Hotel in Louisville, Kentucky, and you're not sitting down, it's like the most amazing bourbon bar you've ever seen in your life. If you're not sitting at that bourbon bar getting drunk, what are you doing with your life? So yeah, especially on your wedding night. So we got really drunk, and then, you know, I was 24, so, you know, being hungover 24 is nothing. So we got up the next day and, you know, kind of got ourselves together. And then we went to, we drove to Bloomington that evening, saw Todd Snyder play. Me and Whitney got really drunk. Joe decided to drive, so he didn't drink. And he got really upset about it. And it's just like, listen, you were watching one of your favorite artists play in Bloomington. I'm really sorry you can't get blitzed. You could have asked Andrew to drive. I'm sure Andrew would have been more than happy to drive. And you could have got blitzed with us, but whatever. So Saturday, we went to see Todd Snyder in Bloomington. We come back. Then Sunday, we had our big wedding reception. This motherfucker can't figure it out, really. Anyways, Keanu Reeves, the original point. Okay, everybody knows that knows me knows I love Keanu Reeves. I love Keanu Reeves. Oh yeah, my cousin Kelly. We were paired up, right? Courtney Christie, me, Kelly, Whitney, Kyle. My mom's twin sister. My mom is Sharon. Her twin sister's Karen. I'm Lindsay Karen. My little sister's Whitney Aaron. My Aunt Karen is Karen, Christy, Kelly, Kyle, K. That sounds horrible. But it's like the Kardashians K, not the other. So, yeah, so they're all the Ks. That sounds horrible. Please don't think of me that I am not, we're mixed. We're not like that. It's not like that. So, but it's more, think Kardashian. Think more in terms of Kardashian. Yeah, the Kardashians aren't the greatest, but it's not that. But, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Think more that way. So, yeah. So my mom kind of did her own thing. You know, they're Sharon and Karen. And then my mom did, we don't know what Courtney is. Courtney Chantal. Courtney Chantal. And then there's Courtney Chantal. And then me, Lindsay Karen, Whitney Aaron. Me and my little sister are really close in age. We're Irish twins, if you know what that means. We're Irish twins, so my mom rhymed our names, like her and her twin sister. She dressed us the same, but in different colors. It was miserable. So, yeah, it was horrible. Me and my little sister hate each other. Hate. So I was paired up with Kelly, right? She loved Brad Pitt. I love Keanu Reeves. It was a healthy rivalry, I think. So we just took turns watching each other's movies. She liked Brad Pitt movies. I like Keanu Reeves movies. I like Brad Pitt movies. Don't get me wrong. It's not because I didn't like Brad Pitt or his movies. It's just Keanu's my man. I fell in love. I was instantly in love. And I know a little bit about his personal life. I'm not like too heavy into it. I know it's pretty tragic shit. It is. It's pretty tragic stuff. I mean, it's really, really, really deeply tragic. I'm not going to go into it, but if you research Keanu Reeves, you'll understand really fast why it is. If you don't know anything about him, just, I'll just say this. Just research his ex-girlfriend and his daughter. I don't want to like make it about that because that was many years ago, and it really is like a major. It is pretty tragic stuff. I didn't find this out about him until much later, though. Ironically, I didn't know this until well after I had my son, but when I was pregnant with my son, if Eli was going to be a girl, I was going to name him Ava if he was to be a girl. I found out that his daughter was named Ava. I didn't know that, though. No, because I like the short, nice, like, cute names. I just thought Ava was great. It was Ava or Eli. So, yeah, so he became Eli anyways, so it worked out perfect. And that's my beef with my older sister, is my older sister used to be a burlesque dancer. My family's crazy. So this is all very real. I'm very sorry. God. No, okay, so okay. Oh, my family. Oh, okay. My older sister, she has a degree in holistic medicine. So she does like acupuncture, massage therapy. She does herbs and all this other stuff to make you feel better, right? She can work in correlation with a real doctor to help you feel better. And trust me, my older sister, she's not like, my whole family's a bunch of crazy hippies, but she's not like so far out there that she shuns Western medicine. She sees Western medicine in correlation to Eastern practice. So she has a degree in Eastern medicine pretty much. So she goes to the real doctor all the time. She's insane, but she's not crazy like that. But that's what she has her degree in. She just ended up marrying like a really like well-to-do guy, so she didn't have to work traditionally for a long time. She's not doing that now. She's doing like makeup, tattoo kind of stuff. I don't know. She's in that realm. She's very California. By that I mean like it's all very, I don't know. It's California in a certain way. She's very suburban California. I have my opinions about that. So, but that's what she originally did, was holistic medicine. Yeah, she used to be a burlesque dancer though. This was back when she was like a rich housewife and she was bored. And she wanted to like spice it up California style. So, she was definitely trying to get her ex-husband or whatever they are. She was trying to get his attention, clearly. So she's like, I'm going to be a burlesque dancer. He loved it. He's from California, so he was all about it. He was just like, oh yeah, be a burlesque dancer. That's fun. So, yeah, he thought it was great. So she used to be, her original stage name was Ava something. This was after Eli was born, right? And she knew my girl name was Ava. Because I was still on the fence. Like, are me and Joe going to have another after Eli? We weren't sure yet. we became sure. I got Joe snipped, but we were one and done. But before that, though, when I was still on the fence, like, am I gonna have another baby? Am I gonna try to have another? My girl name was Ava, so she named her burlesque stage name, I kid you not, Ava. Oh, it was World War III in my family. It all went down. I mean, oh, it was bad for a while. It's still bad I'm still angry. I'm still can't forgive fully. So she changed her burlesque name to Lucky Moonshine. My dad's nickname, before he became a pigeon catcher, he was a moonshiner. His family moonshines. So that's really common in Kentucky to make homemade moonshine and sell it in bootleg. So he bootlegged moonshine back in the 60s and all that, So he did some moonshining. I guess back in the 50s. Yeah, my dad was like moonshining back in the 1950s. So, and his family all moonshined. Everybody bootlegs moonshine. And he would bootleg moonshine. If he would come back into Kentucky for a minute, he would bootleg moonshine. My family's Southern. So, my dad's nickname is Mooner. Everybody in my family's hometown in Kentucky and that whole eastern Kentucky, they know my dad is Mooner and my brother is Mooner Jr. My dad was married before my mom and he had one kid. He had a boy. And my dad is Phil Sr., my brother's Phil Jr., but they don't call him Phil Sr. and Phil Jr. They're Mooner and Mooner Jr. So my older sister made her stage name Lucky Moonshine. So, oh my God, my family. Oh my God, my family. See, this is why Raider didn't meet my family. Raider was really curious. He's a naturally curious person. He is a very curious guy. He's like just naturally curious. He's naturally like, ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's that? I don't know if it's the doctor in him or the Cuban in him or both, but that is one of the things I like about Raider. He is a naturally curious person in the best of ways. But he can be a little bit like curiosity killed the kitty sometimes. So, he can be a little bit too something. I'm curious too, but like I'm not too curious because I don't want my kitty killed. So he needs to, because curiosity is a natural form of investigation. Now doctors have a technical way they investigate, and he does that for sure, and he knows how to do that, but he doesn't know how to investigate in a legal manner. So, and that's how I'm curious. I investigate in that way a little bit, but at the same time, there's parameters with that, so you have to be really careful because people are entitled to privacy. So, they are. There's very strict rules about privacy, but Raider was naturally curious about my family. There's reasons why. Yeah. And plus he's from Cuba, so he doesn't get all the context behind a lot of things. He may understand more now, but yeah. So my dad's Mooner, my brother's Mooner Jr. My God, my older sister's Lucky Moonshine. Yeah. I'm so sick of the moon I could scream. Oh my God. Because I grew up with it. I grew up with Mooner Jr. Oh my God. Mooner. That's my whole life. So when you grow up that way, you're just like, oh, fuck. And then, of course, Courtney's Lucky Moonshine and you know. It's just like, oh my God. So by the time, you know, I'm 40, I'm done hearing about the fucking moon. So, don't get me wrong, I love it. I have my own interpretation. My little sister does. My son was born in Alaska because why not with my family? So, yeah, my son was born in Alaska, and you know, so you see the moon pretty much all year in Alaska, for real. It's out all day, except for the summertime. And he became obsessed with the moon. And like he would see the moon in the sky and he was just like, what is this? As a baby, you know, he was just like, and no, I made a point, like I would let him look for a few minutes, you know, because he was clearly like enamored. He was instantly in love. So, I mean, I would just let him look at the moon because he was just like, what is this? You know, and I would just be like, moon, you know, just trying to explain the moon. You know, and I bought him little moon calendars and little moon things. He was really in love with the moon. The actual moon, the real moon. He's very obsessed with anything science-based in astronomy. So, astrology, no. I'm confused. Hold on. It's astrophysics. So, yeah. So that's what he's into. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm still drinking coffee. And I'm really tired. Yeah, so he's really into everything like that. So I started learning more about it because he's really into it. And, you know, I do it for him. I'm into it. I think it's interesting. When I started looking into it, I've become really interested. It's really cool stuff. But yeah, so he became, at 1 year old, he was like obsessed already with the sky, everything about the sky. So, you know, I always made a point to really hone in on those interests. You know, as soon as he would just like jerk and stare at the moon. And so I immediately started buying him like moon and sky themed things, stars and moons and all kinds of fun stuff. I really went off on a tangent. My family is just crazy. I'm really sorry, everybody. I'm really sorry. So, I'm just really sorry. So there's a reason. They're crazy in good ways. They are. We have a lot of good crazy, but there's a lot of bad with the good, like anything. But some of it's really bad. But they're just crazy. My family's insane. That being said, my family's all really smart, very hardworking. My family, there's a lot of old money in my family on both sides. My family is very historically important in certain ways, especially my dad's side, but my mom's side is important too. My mom's side is mostly Native American, for real. Very Native American. My dad's side, my great-great-grandfather Chambers, he owned a majority of Lawrence County in Kentucky. He owned a majority of it. He owned a lot of Eastern Kentucky. You know, just very historically important stuff happened a lot with my family. So there's that on the Chambers side. And my grandmother, my dad's mom, her family, Chambers is all British, English, what have you. My grandmother, though, she is Irish and Scottish, and her family's actually from Tennessee. But my grandmother, Mary Alma, she, when when she was like 4 or 5 years old, her dad, she was a Scot and a Fugate, is that side of my family. So her mom was a Fugate, her dad was a Scot. She was Mary Alma Scott. And the Scots, her dad, he used to walk to work with his best friend. They worked together. They would walk to work every day. And I guess he had walked to their meeting place and was waiting for his best friend. And so to walk to work together. And I guess his best friend like snapped and shot him and killed him. It was like a big thing. And murdered my great-grandfather. So he murdered my great-grandfather. And then my great-grandmother and my grandmother and her siblings, they were left without anything. They walked to Kentucky to live with other family. They walked there. This was back, my grandmother, not my great-grandmother, my dad's mom, my grandmother was born in 1912. So this was like 1916, around World War I. So my grandfather Chambers, not my dad, my grandfather, he was born in 1903. I think Teddy Roosevelt was president. Hold on. This is my grandpa. My grandpa was born when Teddy Roosevelt was president. My dad was born when FDR was president. So, yeah. Let's see. I know the presidents, but when it gets back into the 1900s and the 1800s, yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. 26th president. Let's see. I want to say Teddy was Prezi. Okay, in office, 1901 to 1909. Yeah, Teddy was president. Okay, so, yeah, so my grandfather, just my grandpa Chambers, my papa Chambers was born in 1903 while Teddy Roosevelt was president. My mamaw Chambers was born in 1912, the year the Titanic sank. They had my dad. My dad is one of 14 kids. My dad is in the middle somewhere, kind of close to the end. Yeah, but he was born in 1942 so both my grandpa and my dad were born during Roosevelt years. I think Roosevelt was still in 1942, I want to say. They were both born during Roosevelt presidencies, ironically enough. But, yeah, but my grandpa was Teddy and my dad was FDR. Let's see. Yeah, 45. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, I knew it was close to the end for him. But yeah, yeah, so they were both born during the Roosevelt years, just different ones. I was born during Nixon. Yeah, Nixon was not Nixon. Sorry, Reagan. Yeah, so Ronald Reagan was president. Yeah, so my dad had us much later in life. This whole thing went way off rails, but it always does. I'm really tired. Yeah, so we're just very, very Southern. My family, especially like my dad's family, they're all like super Southern and crazy. My mom's family is too, but it's a different kind. My dad's family is just like, they were part of Hatfield McCoy. They're just like crazy moonshining, gunslinging, like, motherfucker, we're Southern. They're just crazy. Like, yeah, they're just crazy. Yeah, they're just absolutely absurd. Yeah, like my dad's brother shot his eye out. My dad moved to Chicago at 15 to become a roofer, and then he's a pigeon cat. My family's just crazy. He's Mooner Jr., it's just crazy. Yeah. But yeah, I love Keanu Reeves. My sister's Lucky Moonshine is her burlesque name, but there's beef because she really named herself Ava, and how dare she pollute my baby girl name with burlesque. There's nothing wrong with burlesque dancing. I have nothing against it. Do whatever. Have a great time. It's whatever. But why would you give yourself a real, actual name? You know what I mean? For a burlesque name, for a stage name, like that's the time to like kind of like, have some fun anyways. Like Lucky Moonshine, that's a burlesque name, okay? I would imagine when Beyonce does her burlesque, her Sasha Fierce is kind of where she's coming from with that, or she calls herself Beyonce, Courtney is Courtney Chantal. She couldn't call herself Chantal. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you have to steal my baby girl name? Like, that's so fucked up and insane. That's like completely just ridiculous and insane. Horrible. It's just absolutely absurd. Absolutely not. It's completely inappropriate. And that's just one of the things about my family is like my sisters in particular, and really my entire family, they cross way over the line. They really overstate their place in certain parts of my life, and always have. Now they just overstate their place in every part of my life. But yeah, I mean, back then they're just crossing way over the line of what's appropriate. Like, and the thing is it's not that I'm bad at setting up boundaries. It's just like, I set up the boundary, they just cross it anyways. And it's just like, what the, because I call them out on it. I'm just like, there's this boundary here that you've crossed over, and it's completely inappropriate. I'm really pissed off. And I say that to them. And they're just like, okay. And yeah, she changed her stage name, but the damage is done. And she's not stupid. My little sister has a master's degree in accounting. She has a degree in holistic Eastern medicine. I went to school for business. They went to school for accounting. She went to school for all her bullshit. We're all highly educated. My dad's smart. He made great money. He owned his own business for fucking ever. And it's just like, none of this is because of being stupid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's about. And it's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. It's insane making. So, and none of it's because they're like, huh? I crossed a boundary? What? No, it's like, I crossed a boundary. It's just like, okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, I didn't know Keanu had named his daughter Ava though. Not that he'll ever watch this, but if he ever does, I'm very sorry. My sister's trash and named her burlesque Ava. Because it infuriates me too. It infuriates me in the same way. My son's name is Eli Joseph. And people call him Eli Joe. And no, his name is Eli Joseph. Eli Joseph. His first name is already short and sweet and to the point. If you can't figure it out, you don't have to. So it just, that annoys me to no end. It's just like, you can't call him Eli. Really? You can't call him Eli. So, he's already abbreviated. So, yeah, you don't have to be all like, Eli Joe. It's like, really? My family doesn't call him Eli Joe. No, they call him Eli. They just call him Eli. Or really, my family, we don't ever call each other by our normal names. It's, my name isn't Lindsay. It's Lynn, Lenny, Linz. Eli, I call Eli E-Boogie, Boogeyman, Booger Butt. A million other, all kinds of stuff. He's, or Eli, or E-Boogie, you know, something, just something along those lines. Court is Courtney, or Courtney is Court, or, you know, Courty, Court. Wit is Wit. Whitney hates being called Wit, by the way. Call her Wit. She only likes it when Dad or one of us calls her Wit, but she's like some like daddy's girl thing. Call her Wit. Piss her off. Just do it for me. Make that my Christmas present this year, everybody. Call her Wit. So, it'll get under her skin. Do it for me. Do it for the team. So, yeah. But no, none of us ever call each other. Like my older brother, he's Phil Jr., but everybody calls him Mooner Jr. So, yeah. No, it's all a bunch of nicknames. Nobody calls me Lindsay. If you're calling me Lindsay, that tells me you don't know me very well or we're being formal. So, no, it's Lynn, Lenny, Linz. Yeah. Keanu. Oh, Keanu. Me, Keanu. So, I just like saying his name. It's fun. It is. I love saying Keanu. He has a really cool fucking name. So, I did learn a little bit more about him. He has a kind of like a similar life in terms of like it's just out there and crazy, kind of like mine is. I guess he was born in Lebanon. He was born in Lebanon. He's from Canada. He lives in America. I don't know. He's got a crazy life too. His mom is British. His dad's Chinese, I think, and Hawaiian, I want to say. So he's got like and he's like traveled all his life and he's kind of had a similar crazy hippie cool life like I did, and do. I'm a successful person, you know, I'm successful in my career and everything, not his level, far from his level, but yeah, I mean, I would imagine multi-millionaire many times over. Crazy success, unimaginable success. Yeah. So, but I am a successful person. I'm successful in my career. But not on that level anywhere near it. I'm normal successful. I'm average normal human being. You have to be multi-millionaire many times over to even play in his field. Yeah, to even play his games. I'm sure he has plenty. That being said, sure, I mean, he has entertainment lawyers. He has all kinds of different lawyers. I'm sure he has a lawyer for every aspect of his life. So I would imagine he probably understands law, because everything he does on a work level is contracted out. I would imagine he's SAG. I would imagine he's a union actor. I'm actually really rare in my career field in the fact that I'm a unionized collector. So we do share that. We're both, I would say he's probably a SAG person. I would say he's a union member. So we share that. So there's that. aspect of everything. He obviously expanded on his career. I did too. So there are some similarities, just very different careers, very different. But I would imagine he knows a lot about law in a layman's terms, just from a peripheral, because he's constantly having to contract his work out. So not just on a union level, but that's kind of how entertainment is set up anyways. So because different studios hire for different things and different projects and things. So, you know, one studio is going to hire him and offer him a contract for this movie. Another studio is going to hire him and offer him a contract. So it's all contract work. And it's not, I mean, the union's involved, but it's not just purely a union contract. So, there's that. So I would imagine he probably has a lot of legal knowledge, at the very least. I'm sure he's had his lawyer sit down, and he can afford to have his lawyer sit down. Oh, I'm sure if I was a lawyer, an entertainment lawyer, I'd be like, oh yeah. Of course I'm billing him for it, but like, oh yeah, come in, sit down for an hour or two. We will talk law. I will tell you all kinds of cool things. For sure. I would bill him for it, but probably at a lower rate, because just, you know, just to be able to sit down and talk to somebody like that for a couple hours, that would be fun. You know, hell, some of it I probably wouldn't even bill, just let's have lunch, you know, because it would be like an experience. You know, it would be a cool experience. It would. I would definitely, like, I mean, I'm really trying to go to law school because I'm stupid. But at the same time, if the opportunity arose to, like, I hate California. I love California, but I hate it too. If the opportunity, I hate being in California for long term. It's miserable. I have had to go out there to visit my sister, and I've gone out there for work. Somebody in California keeps stealing my identity. I don't know why. So, somebody filed taxes in my name in California, all kinds of stuff. I don't know. It's been a mess. No, I go out there for work and stuff, but, yeah. No, like, I've never, like, lived in California. Not, like, actually lived out there. But I don't know. I keep having to clear this bullshit up out there. To live in California, though, I mean, you have to show me a lot of money. Oh, God. But, yeah. That's, yeah. But, I mean, I would do it for an entertainment lawyer, and, like, to have, like, real clients like that. That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. I would do it for that, you know. That would be really cool. Just to even be a paralegal to an entertainment lawyer. Just to be like, oh, yeah, hi, Keanu. Hi, whoever. I'll patch you right on through. That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. That would be hilarious. I have actually talked to celebrities through my experience with AT&T. For real. Yeah. They don't know they talk to me. And then I took all their credit card information, and some of them did bounce their credit card. For real. I can't say who. I can't tell you who or anything like that. And, like, when you have access to AT&T level systems at my level, you can research anybody that's ever had AT&T. So you can find, there's lots of celebrities that have AT&T service. So that we go through a whole training thing about it. So, like, don't randomly look up celebrities and all this other shit, you know, famous people, sports people, music, you know, all that stuff. don't randomly look people up and start looking up their information. You go through a whole training thing. That's not anything I did, but they do call in. So yeah, I've talked to quite a few. Now, they didn't know they were talking to, I've been at this for years. I'm trained really well, you know, so I didn't like fangirl. I didn't like, oh my God. But they have talked to me. They just don't know it. So yeah, I can't say who. I really wish I could. I got the tea. I got the good tea. I got the real good tea. I got the tea on some of those celebrities, I'm telling you. And by the way, years in law and years in investigation, when they start like beefing with each other, like a lot of it, the fans are like, who are they talking about? Blah, blah, blah. I do my own investigation work. For my own fun, I have the tea on everybody. Like when they start rapping or when they start interviewing about things and all that stuff, I know who they're talking about. I know what they're talking about. I know it all. I've been investigating celebrity stuff for years, for my own fun. On my own time. I don't use work systems or anything like that for that purpose. I do it on my own. But yeah, I know exactly what they're talking about and why they're talking about it. You're damn right I do. It's fun. So Keanu. Oh, my Keeks. I nickname everybody I really like. And I nicknamed him Keeks because I love cats. I'm a cat person. I love dogs too, but I nickname cats Keekers or Keeks. I call all my cats Keeks. And he played a cat in the movie Keanu. So I call him Keeks because he's a kitty. He's a little Keeker. Keanu Keeks, you know. So I call Keanu Keeks. I've always loved his career. I've always watched all his movies. My ex-husband, I loved The Matrix, the first Matrix movie, but my ex-husband had like a man crush on Keanu in that movie. He had a man crush on Brad Pitt in Fight Club. All those guys do. Joe went through a heavy Vonnegut, Palahniuk phase. You have to remember, I've known Joe, my ex-husband, since I was 14, and we grew up together. So all those movies and books and everything came out when we were growing up. So Joe went through a heavy Vonnegut, Palahniuk, Matrix, Neo, blah, blah, blah. Thing. So I already really loved Keanu Reeves. So I love the movie because of Keanu, but I really like the movie. You know, I like the philosophy behind it. But if you go further down the philosophy behind Matrix, the original philosopher, Baudrillard, I think that's it. I'm saying that right. Hold on. It's based off of, and they make a reference to the philosophy in the book Simulacra and Simulation. It's by the French philosopher Baudrillard. So we have Baudrillard. He's the original philosopher. He's not a fan of the Matrix. And I do believe his viewpoints are pretty well on point, being older and wiser and having a lot more education. You know, I'm not a 15-year-old girl anymore. I mean, I had an understanding of the philosophy behind it then, but from a 15-year-old girl perspective, you know, so, you know, being a lot older and more educated and everything, you know, I tend to kind of side with Baudrillard in the argument rather than The Matrix, even though I still love the movie. Obviously, second, third, and fourth movie are awful. Why, Keanu, why? So, I mean, I want to take over all the music. I want to take over the philosophy for sure, but the music's part of the philosophy. I want to take over the music. I want to take over the fashion. I want to take over the aesthetic. I want to take over the ideas in general. Why? Just why? Why? So, why? The first movie was amazing, though. We saw it in theater. I don't know how many times. My ex-husband dragged me to that theater. I don't know how many times. He's a year older than me, so he was driving. So we would drive to the theater. We saw that movie a million times. We saw Fight Club a million times. We saw a bunch of other movies too, but those were the two movies. Like, he made me watch those movies over and over. We were watching Darren Aronofsky's Pi in high school, watching that motherfucker put a drill through his head. So, I mean, if that tells you anything about, like, how me and my ex-husband kind of are, like, the areas of life where we think alike and we get along, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, philosophically, theoretically, those kinds of things. My ex-husband and I are on a similar wavelength. Yeah, being older, I'm more in tune with Baudrillard. I would think my ex-husband probably would be too. That would probably be a book he would like to read, is Simulacra. Yeah. And here's a quote from the book, I think. Let's see. The simulacrum is never that which conceals the truth. It is the truth which conceals that there is none. The simulacrum is true. Nice. So, truth just being truth no matter what, pretty much. Kind of, a little bit. The truth exists whether we like it or not. The reality exists whether we like it or not. So, no matter how you live your life, no matter what you tell yourself, because you have to remember how many rationalizations you tell yourself to get throughout the day. Like, if I drink another cup of coffee, it'll give me energy and I can finish my 10-hour workday, which is unreasonable, but it exists because I have to pay my bills. So there is a reality and a truth there, because you do have to work to pay your bills, because your bills exist as a truth. But there's also the truth of you're overworked, you're overtired, and you shouldn't be doing that. So, I mean, it's all truth. So, I mean, it's very complex, theoretical, philosophical bullshit. It's not bullshit, but it is. Because if you overthink it, if you think about it too much, you can drive yourself crazy. So, that's something Brader would probably be very interested in reading, I would imagine, if he hasn't read it already. Yeah, Brader strikes me as the kind of guy that would be very heavily deep into The Matrix. Probably really like that movie if it hasn't seen it. But probably more interested in the book. Oh, Keanu. Oh, my keeks. For starters, why did The Matrix 4 happen? Why? I'm not like a crazy fan, you know. I'm like not. I've been out to LA many times. I'm not gonna like look up his house and you know, like I don't care that much. I mean, I care, but I don't care that much. That's crazy. Although I got half a mind. You know, if I'm gonna go out one day, I might go out to all those celebrities' houses and be like, get me drunk. No, not really. Yeah, no, I'm not like that. I've been out to LA many times. They sell those like maps for real. The maps of the stars' houses and stuff. It's funny. I should have bought one. Next time I go out to LA, I'm gonna buy a map just for fun, I think, and I'll frame it. That'll be fun. But yeah, I mean, I do like his movies. I've watched pretty much everything, I think. I've seen all, Bad Batch is a really good movie. It's a really fucked up movie. I can't believe he played the bad guy that well. That's funny. Yeah. So, I really like his career. I like his movies. I have a lot of questions. John Wick is one of the few franchises I agree with having multiple movies. That was really cool. They expanded on the idea really well. I really do like John Wick. And I love Keanu. I think he's a really cool person. He seems like a really cool person. That's just it though. You understand, I make millions by reading people. You know what I'm saying? Or reading situations. You know, I make millions for corporate America by doing just that. That is my real work. That's my real job. So, that is my real job. Like, I understand, I read people, I understand pretty much everything, where everybody's coming from, usually. So, even if I don't say anything, it doesn't mean anything. Even if I'm being really nice, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean I'm unaware. It doesn't mean anything. I'm trained. So I feel like I make all this very clear about myself. So, because when you meet me, it's not even that I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt. I'm just a really naturally really nice person. Really friendly, really nice person. I'm just naturally that way. It does not mean I'm not hearing a damn or seeing a damn thing. At all. I would think anybody in law would tell you immediately, just because she's super friendly and super nice doesn't mean jack shit. They would probably tell you, tread lightly. So very, very lightly. Because I really do make a living off suing people into oblivion all damn day. So that is what I do for a living. Nice means nothing. No, I'm not going out of my way to hurt anybody or make points or anything like that, or try to hurt people or pull wool over people's eyes. That's not how I am. I'm not shady. I'm just, nice means nothing. It doesn't make me shady, but it means nothing. I'm aware. I'm trained to be aware. I'm trained to be aware at the legal level and be nice. So, yeah. So, and be very polite, all those things. Now, I'm doing that usually for somebody. I'm doing that for you. But, at the same time, I've been at this for a very long time. Be careful. No, I mean, yeah, if I met somebody like myself, really nice, really super nice, but, I'm aware that they're at my level or more or the same in terms of legal knowledge, I would be very careful around that person. More careful than, say, a person like Chris or Yasmin. They're lawyers, but they're constantly spazzing out, which is normal. I spaz out too sometimes. The more comfortable I get, the more I'll spaz out a little bit. Fuck all this paper, fuck my life. That's when I know it's a little bit more comfortable, it's a little bit more okay. If you see somebody in law and they're just really nice, but they're always just really nice and polite, and they're not spazzing out on you a little, or they're not getting a little bit more real with you, that's when I would be a little bit more on my guard. Where I would be a little bit more okay. You know what I mean? So, But Keanu, oh, my cakes. This is where my point comes in. An hour and a half later. I'm in law, okay? We talk a lot. So, if you know anything about lawyers, that's all we do is fucking talk. All day. But it's not just bullshit talking. It's not like, why is the sky blue? You know what I mean? So, oh, Keanu. I put a lot of thought into this. Because I've spent a lot of money on that motherfucker. So, over in the past 30 plus years, you're damn right I've spent a lot of money on him. I want a return on my investment. Everybody calls him the nicest man in Hollywood and like the internet's boyfriend. And I know he's dating Alexandra Grant. I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, I want to make sure I get the name right. I like to be polite. So, I'm pretty sure that's her name though. I know it's Alexandra. I know the tea on everybody. Ever. That's my job. So, yeah, I do it in my personal life too, and like on this stuff too, because it's funny. Yeah, Alexandra Grant. She's really beautiful. Yeah. And I resent this because I'm a 40-year-old woman and I hear all the time, you're so beautiful for 40. It's just like, dagger. And, you know, she gets that too. I see it on the comments a lot. She is a really beautiful woman. She, I think a lot of people do that because she accepted her gray hair and she just, you know, she looks her age. She's beautiful for her age. She looks like a woman in her, I'm guessing, late 40s, early 50s, I'm guessing. So, yeah, she's just really beautiful, put together. I think she's an artist. Or I know she does artist work. I don't know if she's a full-time artist. I would imagine being Keanu's girlfriend, she can afford to be a full-time artist. So, must be nice. Yeah, I would say he probably sugar daddies that a little bit. So, because they collaborate on art things. I think they did a book together, those kinds of things. So, yeah, he's definitely sugar daddying her career. Come on now. So, it's definitely not a Jay-Z Beyonce thing where they're like two powerhouses, like, oh, and rap, and oh, you know, it's not the two powerhouses. I'm not saying she's not a powerhouse in her own right. I'm just saying they're not both at the same level. It's a little similar to Raider and I, but the thing is like financially, Raider is from Cuba. Now, Raider is going to make a lot of money one day, and he is. So, oh, Raider. Yeah, the thing is he's not making it here. He is now. He does make really good money, but but he doesn't make as much as I do. So actually, I'm the sugar mommy. So it's a little weird. If I were to have stayed with Raider, I'm the sugar mama right now. There's no way. I mean, we're probably neck and neck in terms of intellectual blah, but financially I'm the sugar mama. But if I would have stayed with him, it probably would have reversed. He would have been the financial sugar daddy kind of person. Intellectually, I'd say we're about the same. It's just his is in medicine, mine's in law. So, because I keep up with lawyers just fine intellectually, philosophically, theoretically, that's all, whatever. Yeah, so I mean, we're pretty much there, neck and neck. It's just his is medical based, mine is legal based. I would say that's probably similar with Keanu. It's just that she was probably never ever his sugar mama in any regard. Yeah, he's just so rich. There's just no, unless he like married Meryl Streep, kind of, or Michelle Pfeiffer or something. Somebody like that. There's just no way. There's just no way for a female to like be at his level. There's just no way. Pretty much. He's not dating his Beyonce. That's for sure. But she is a really like, she is his Beyonce in a way though, in a different way. Like, I love my Beyonce, don't get me wrong. I love a lot of her music and stuff. And she's a character and she's Beyonce. She's Beyonce. You know, I mean, she's a Madonna. She's known by one name. She is Beyonce. There's Madonna, there's Beyonce. There's those women, you know, they're known by a name. You know, she's at a different level. By the way, the E I wear on my neck is for my son Eli. Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of people, if you've ever seen my necklace, that's what it is the E I wear on my neck is for my son Eli. I don't know. I mean, intellectually, yeah. I don't think of Beyonce as like an intellectual powerhouse. She is a powerhouse on her own right. It's just intellectually, you know, she could be in personal life. I don't know. I don't know her on a personal level. So, but I definitely get like a lot more of like the pretentious intellectual blah. Don't get me wrong. Intellectualism can get pretentious and really fast for me. I understand it. I'm educated in it. I've lived a lot of my life in it. Even for me, like, I don't know, I come from, in my family is very intellectual, but at the same time, my family is also like, they're intellectual, but at the same time, they're like, Mooner and Mooner Jr. So it's like knowing when to cut the shit. So yeah, I'm sure Keanu has that kind of sense about him. He kind of might be able to cut the shit, maybe, but seems a little pretentious. I hate to say that because I love him. For starters, he's gorgeous. When he looks back in the wet shirt and Point Break, I mean, I might as well throw my underwear away. Yeah, it's over. No competition. But, everybody calls him the nicest guy in Hollywood and all this other stuff. And no, he's sarcastic. I read people for a living. I make millions for corporate America doing it. He is sarcastic. He's being a smartass. He's being pretentious. He's being sarcastic. He's being facetious. He's just being, I just want to wring his neck. Oh my God, I know exactly what he's doing. And, you motherfucker. I know exactly what he's doing. Oh, you smartass. And he is reveling in like, I'm the nicest guy in Hollywood. But he's playing it cool, but he knows it. And it's like, I just want to wring his little neck. I know exactly what he's not the nicest guy in Hollywood. No. If I was to say who's the nicest guy in Hollywood, Probably like Matthew McConaughey. If I was just going off like what I've seen from them from a personality level, even though they've got their guard up and they're like, I don't know them on a personal level, you can still get a read on somebody. Yeah, I mean, like, even though they have like their professional guards up and everything, you know, you still see elements of somebody come and shine through. I would say Matthew McConaughey was probably the nicest person in Hollywood. He's like, from what I've seen of him in interviews and everything else, he's like a genuinely really cool, nice guy. It's for real. I love Matthew. Matthew's another one I love. But yeah, I would say Matthew McConaughey is probably the nicest guy in Hollywood. If I was gonna go based off like a read, what everybody shows me and what I have to go off of. I'm not saying Keanu's not a nice guy. And I've heard like stories of all the cool, great things he does, and I'm sure he does, and I'm sure he's amazing. But he reads to me as very sarcastic. He reads to me as very standoffish. For real. He seems like a very reserved, standoffish kind of guy more than anything. If I were to see him in public, I probably wouldn't approach him. Even for like as much as I love his movies and all the rest of it, I probably wouldn't ask him for his autograph or anything like that. I'm not really like into autograph things anyways. Like that's not really my thing. If I got drunk at a like crazy ass concert and I saw Eddie Vedder, I'd be like, sign my tits, you know, just for the novelty of it. Just be like, that's right, Eddie Vedder signed my boobs. You know, but no, like, yeah, but no, I'm not like, oh my God, your autograph. You know, I'm not like that. The only autograph I've ever really had and gotten was Mickey Mouse at Disney World. That's in like all the Disney characters signed my autograph book when I was like 7. That's the only ones I ever really, my mom probably still has it. I got all my autographs then. I was good for life. I'm good. So, yeah, I bet my mom still has that Mickey Mouse autograph book from Disney World. Yeah, it was important to me to get Mickey Mouse and like Goofy's and everybody's autograph when I was little. But now, like, if I were to like go to LA and really hunt down celebrities, you know, I wouldn't. But if I were to, I wouldn't care about their autographs. Or if I just happened upon one, because that's really common out there. I'm not really into autographs. Some of them, though, if I saw them out in LA, I'd be like, hi. But that's about it. You know, I'm not the type to be like, oh my God. They're a human being just like anybody else. And, you know, when you're me and you've talked to them and they bounce credit cards off of you, come off it. So, I mean, the bloom is off the rose. Trust me. So, oh, celebrities. Oh, this is like Us Weekly, baby. They're just like us. They bounce credit cards. I wish I could tell you all who. But yeah, yeah, I mean, that's just it. That's my beef with Keanu. I'm just really sick of like the nicest guy in Hollywood. Do I get why he's standoffish? Do I get why he has like certain attitude? Absolutely. I'm sure at that level, you're just bombarded all the time. I'm sure I know how annoyed and pissed off I get. So I'm sure it's like a millionfold. So I can imagine it would be like very annoying really fast. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's absolutely infuriating sometimes. I'm sure it's a million people all the time, always. Pictures. Hi. hi, autograph, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure everywhere you go, it's just annoying as fuck. Also, he does, I'm not gonna talk about his tragedy, but he does have like a really, really fucked up life. Some really fucked up shit happened to him, for real. I can only imagine, like, that's made him even more standoffish. So I get it, for real. Like, I totally get it. I understand why he's that way. Do I think his publicist and his management and the rest of everybody is like taking it all way too far, like the nicest guy in Hollywood stuff? And do I think the public does? Yeah, because he had some really horrifying, tragic stuff happen. I don't know many people that have had that level of life tragedy happen. I have. I don't talk about mine though. I just, no. Pretty, maybe not quite on that level, but damn near it. It's kind of weird. He and I are actually similar in a lot of ways. It's kind of funny how that worked out. I didn't mean for that to happen, but it is. And he is like, I will say this, he's very caring and giving and charitable towards those that are less fortunate, and I've made a point to be that way. I don't hate people that have less than, and the truly needy and things like that. I don't feel hatred or any kind of way towards those types of people. Like, they're human beings too. I care about them. I'm not judgmental of anybody like that. I do think he genuinely is not judgmental about anybody like that. Do I think he has like mental breakdowns and like freaks out in a certain sense about it? Yeah. I'm not gonna go into that though. That's a whole like psychological profiling thing, which is something I do as well. In a sense. Really, when the company is asking me to investigate somebody, there is an element of me, there's an element of psychological profiling in a sense, because you have to know psychology in order to understand some of what you're dealing with, even at a legal level. Because a lot of people, and any lawyer will be the first to tell you this, a lot of people casually throw around words like, oh, they're a psycho, oh, that girl's so crazy, that girl's a psycho, oh, blah, blah, blah. You have to remember, those are casual slang terms. Had clients call in before, they're like, they are a narcissist, I want a divorce, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, is that a medical diagnosis from a doctor? Because until it's a medical diagnosis from a doctor, it's irrelevant. It's just your opinion. And you might have some valid experiences with that person for that opinion, but that opinion is not going to hold up in a court of law. The judge is going to throw that out immediately. They won't throw out your experiences with them if you can back all that up. But unless you have a medical record, or you can get a doctor up on a stand and say, that person is a fucking narcissist, it doesn't matter. It's a medical diagnosis, and that's what a lot of people get confused. It's a clinical diagnosis that only a doctor can make, and there's also HIPAA law. So when you get into HIPAA law, you have to be really careful with medical stuff, because even if a doctor made that diagnosis about somebody, it's their medical business. They have loads of privacy about that. It's none of your business unless a judge rules that it is relevant, and a judge has to make their own legal case to why opening up a medical record is relevant to a case at hand. You know the hoops a judge has to walk through to open up a medical file? So, and because a judge can be sued if they open up a medical file for a case and it turns out it was irrelevant. So, you know, I mean, you know what it takes to open up somebody's medical file legally? If you talk about somebody's medical stuff and use it to blackmail or for blackmail, exploitation, coercion, slander, libel, all kinds of things, you can be sued into oblivion real bad, real fast. It's very serious stuff. And if you, let's say somebody was clinically diagnosed as a narcissist, just for instance. Sure, in your divorce, if you're getting a divorce and all that stuff, it would probably be relevant. A judge might open up that medical file because psychiatrists get brought in for custody and things all the time. So that might be relevant. But let's just say you were working with somebody and they were medically diagnosed as a narcissist. You find this out somehow, whatever reason, and you run around, you're like, they're a narcissist, oh my God. You're giving that narcissist exactly what they want because they can sue the shit out of you for that, because that's a medical diagnosis and it's their fucking business, not yours. Just because they're a narcissist doesn't mean that they don't have rights as a human being. So there's like, people need to understand law and medicine and how the two interlink and interlap, and your rights as a patient and all the rest of it, and other people's rights, a lot faster. It's really bad. I see it all the time, and it's really just incredibly stupid. You cannot just run around and start being like, I was dating a narcissist, blah, blah, blah. I call my parents a psychopath, but at the same time, my parents can't really say or do much, so, you know, whatever. And they are kind of like psycho shitheads, and I'm pretty sure if they try to take me up on it, if I had a psychiatrist, they wouldn't take me up on it, trust me. If I had a psychiatrist evaluate them in this situation entirely, I'm pretty sure a psychiatrist, even if they didn't give them the full diagnosis that I did, they would be in the same wavelength. So yeah, exactly. So I already know that, because not that they would, but if my parents were to sue me for saying that about them, for slander and all the rest of the bullshit, if they were to sue me for that, that's just it. It's just a lawsuit. I could go in with my lawyer and be like, okay, but we want to have some psychiatrists evaluate them with these facts. Exactly. And there's that ball game. So, yeah. People think you have to remember, it's a lawsuit. It's not a judgment. So, you know, people kind of confuse the two. So, yeah. Keanu. Oh, my keeks. So, I don't think he's the nicest guy in Hollywood. He's standoffish. He's kind of pretentious. He seems a little snobby. Which is cool. I mean, I get it. You know, he's a gazillionaire. He's like gazillionaire. I think for me, where I get a little tripped up on my read of him is he standoffish because he's just over it all? Or is he standoffish because he is kind of pretentious and a snob? I don't really like snobby people. And see, like, when I see him do things for those with less than and things like that, it's like, is it because you're having like an existential pretentious asshole crisis, or do you really care about those people? Because for me, I know for a fact, even though I can come off a certain type of way, I really care about those that are less fortunate. Like, I really do. Like, I truly care about those people. for me, it's like, does he really care? Or is he like, is it all publicity stunt? You know, because I really feel like, you know, it's been years now, and I mean, I'm serious. I know everybody loves him, and I love him too. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not trying to paint him as like some monster. I don't think that. It's just, does he really care? Is he really like that? Or is, I mean, I really don't. I know for a fact he's not like the nicest guy in Hollywood, for real. I bet there's plenty of dudes in Hollywood that are way nicer and way cooler and way hotter, probably. But, I mean, you have to remember, though, Keanu is, like, in the upper echelons of male Hollywood actors. There's Brad, there's George, there's Keanu. You know, when studios, they're looking for lead actors for their big movies, there's names, a list of names that come up, you know, of, like, top 10, 20 names. Keanu's on that list. Of all people in the world. So, you know, that's insane. So he's the top of his career, you know, in a major field where you make insane money, you know. But I'm sure there's a lot of guys there's lots of other male actors out there that, you know, if they're not in the top, they're close to the top, you know, super hot, top male actors, you know, making the good money too, super cool, super nice guys, and they're just like, that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? I bet you anything there is. I know there is. I know it. That motherfucker, he's not the nicest guy. Oh my god, he's a fucking asshole. Yeah, I bet there's a few. Yeah. I might imagine there are. I bet there's a few guys who are like, Keanu's a fucking asshole. Oh god. I bet. I almost know there is. If I know anything about men. Oh god. Oh god, I hate men. I don't, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'd say, no, I don't think Keanu's the nicest guy in Hollywood. And it kills me because he's my celebrity. He is. And you think somebody like myself, you know, I probably pretty well exude like the average female fan. I use that term loosely. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I didn't really know much about his life until the last few years, because he's been coming up more and more. They've really been trying to revive his career. That's clear. You know, Matrix 4, John Wick, you know, because he was doing a lot more like niche. I think he dipped out for a minute. I mean, if you know about his life tragedy, I totally understand why he dipped out for a while. I would too. I would still be dipped out. I'd be like, my money, me and my money, and my wine bottle. But, which is kind of where I am now. But, I'm sure, and it's probably what he did for a minute. But, yeah, he met... they revived his career, and then he met that Alexandra lady, and there's a correspondence there. There's a correlation there. He met Alexandra, and then his career started amping back up. So what's going on there? What's up? So, yeah. That's right. I know all. So, I know, but I don't know. But I don't know, but I know. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I'm the last person you want on your tail. I am the absolute last person you want all up in your business. I am the last person. Yeah. Well, I mean, for a corporation or a company, I'm the first person you want to hire. But no, seriously, like, if, you know, you want your business private. If you want nobody up in your biz, because you don't gotta tell me shit, I'll know. You don't have to say a word, I'll know. And it drives people insane. I'm freakish that way, but I was trained for a long time to be that way. You have to remember, I had a naturalness about me that way already. I got broken down. I got ripped to shreds about what I thought I knew about people. I did have a natural cognizance, and especially in terms of that, but it all got broken down, and I got retrained, and I came back, and I do it legally now. And I'm the last person you want all up in your business. Oh, it's fun though. Yeah, so, I mean, really, if I do make it through law school, yeah, I've considered, like, maybe I should date a rich man, and he can, like, sugar daddy my law school. So, no, well, but yeah, make it through law school. I've thought about it, maybe just doing government work for real. Like, it would have to be high level government work, because I'm past a certain point. I already did all the bullshit. I already did all the legwork. I already did all the bullshit work. For real. Like, I've already done all, like, the stupid bullshit work. Like, at my job now, like, everybody that's been doing legal work, because they've not had a legal person in the office, they all think it's, like, the bullshit work, and it's just like, why are you having a receptionist do this? Oh my God, why? This is way above her pay grade. Why do you have somebody that, I have no idea what she does, but it's very clear she does not work in law. Why is she handling legal stuff? Why is she contacting lawyers at all? So, where was I 2 years ago? No, they think they're handing me off like their bullshit work, but it's just like, no, why are you doing my level work is the better question. I don't think they understand, like, how liable they've made themselves legally. So, yeah, that's scary. So, but that's a whole other thing. They were working way above their pay grade. Legally. Yeah. So, Keanu. Oh, Keanu. I love saying his name, though. It is fun. His poetry. Oh, God, his poetry. Because I love poetry. I'm a poet. I'm a writer. Lawyers are writers. That's what we do all the time. Every political speech you hear is written by a lawyer, more than likely, or somebody with a legal background of some sort. Everybody that you hear, like, profound speeches, profound ideas, that's all legal writing. Yeah, so obviously I'm a writer. And we all have our own writing. I'm sure every lawyer I've ever met has a secret book of writing. Every lawyer has a book idea. I have mine. I have like 5. So anybody in law has their book idea. We're all writing. We do, all kinds. Medical too. Yeah, it's a different kind of, it's like, this bone connects with this bone. And we found this chemical component. It's boring, but yeah, it's, medical writing is so boring. I mean, it's important. I get why it's important. I understand in layman's levels a little bit above average, because I originally wanted to be a doctor many moons ago. But, and I took 4 years of Latin, and I was blah, blah, blah. And, I was in pre-med, and I actually have above average understanding of medicine. Not Raider level understanding, but, like, I watched a video on hip surgery. Like, I watched an actual hip surgery. And just to kind of see what it is he actually does. I'm familiar with hip surgery, but not on that level. And you know, I was just like, what is he actually going in and doing, you know? And so I started watching a few videos on hip surgeries. Like, they're in the operating room. I'm watching somebody's hip being cut open. They're watching their hip and their ass be cut open, and they're inserting a metal rod into their leg. And immediately, just with a medical background, I was just like, there's no way anesthesia keeps somebody asleep with that level of surgery. So I looked deeper into it, and I found out that they give them a spinal as well, which I was like, oh, that makes sense. They're blocking off the nerves. Okay. So I was just like, because there's no way. There's no way. It's just anesthesia. There's just no way. I'm sorry. There's just no way. So I was just like, oh, that makes perfect sense. They give them a spinal block. Yeah. Because they're inserting a fucking metal rod into your fucking femur. Are you insane? There's no way anesthesia keeps a motherfucker asleep. Come on. Yeah, so, I mean, I have an above average understanding of medicine. I'm not Raider levels. But yeah, I mean, I can look at a hip surgery. I could understand what's going on. What? Do I understand the intense human biochemistry? No. But, you know, I mean, I understand what they're doing. I know what's going on. So, better him than me. Have at it, baby. So, yeah. That's all you, boo. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Oh, Keanu, why? I just have to say this. Why, Keanu? Why? I mean, it's just like, for starters, from a legal perspective, really, like a legal perspective, I mean, I think the PR team went too far, and like, I don't think they're not marketing him as the nicest guy in Hollywood, thank God. I don't put anything above Hollywood. But they're not marketing him, but they're not combating it. And I'm not saying you have to combat, he's a motherfucker. I'm not saying that they have to be like that. I'm just saying, when is like some stuff gonna come out? Like, he needs to do like an interview piece that like shows him being a human, maybe. Not necessarily being a complete raging asshole, but not necessarily being a complete nicest guy of Hollywood, just being a human being. Like, a day in the life of Keanu, you know what I'm saying? Like, do like a little, I don't know. I mean, he's so high up. It would have to be like some like Architectural Digest type thing. Like, Architectural Digest goes in, just like a day in the life of Keanu in his Malibu home. You know, that bullshit. So, and it's gonna be staged. But, I mean, usually pieces like that, they do know how to knock it down a level to make him relatable. Right. But as relatable as anybody like that can be. And that's just it, is like, I think that's where a lot of people are, like myself and others, is it doesn't matter. Because even lawyers, you know, my level lawyers, yeah, they make great money, and they do. They make really great money. I make really good money. But, not that money. It's just not that money. It's crazy. It's crazy money. It's insane level. Like, he can buy a small country probably, or an island. I think Johnny Depp has an island or something. So I don't know. They're insane. Those people are just wilding out. They just have way too much time and way too much money. Really. way too much time and way too much money. And I think that's where a lot of people are, is like, even if you make really good money, it's still not relatable. It's just, it's a little perplexing because it's just like, it's another human. They're another human being. They have the same human parts I do. And it's just like, I don't, in terms of like normal everyday life, I just don't relate to them. I don't relate to them at all. Like, I love their work. They do great work. I mean, they all seem really, I mean, some of them seem fucking bonkers, but they all seem really like nice, cool people. But I just don't relate to them on that level because it's just like, I am not mega rich. And I could understand, like, yeah, they're probably, birds of a feather flock together. So, I mean, I can see why they all hang out together, when they're very close-knit in their circles, and they don't want, nobody wants, like, their, Keanu took a mega shit today. Nobody wants that out there, I mean, like, I don't want that out there. He doesn't want that out there. But, he did, and I can understand wanting to keep your circle close because you don't want people out there being like talking about your daily life stuff. Like, you don't want, Keanu takes his coffee with 2 creamers. I mean, I don't know why that is important to anybody, but for whatever reason, people eat it up. Like how somebody takes their coffee, even like in those worlds, in those types of people. You see it in the comment boards. That is just like a symptom of like whenever I research somebody, I do a little bit of research. I haven't like investigated him, but I've researched him a little. I'm really sorry. I know I'm like the last person you want researching you, for real. So, but I'm not like investigating you. I'm not like that. And I'm not investigating you unless you really pissed me off or somebody's paying me to. One of the two. So, yeah, but people, like, it's a symptom of people researching those types of people. You see it all the time in the boards and everything. Like, they really get into it. And it's just like, I don't know how much I would want people talking about, like, she takes her coffee this way and she does this. And I'm like, okay, they're a human being with preference. It matters. Okay, that just makes no sense to me. So I see a lot of that as a symptom of those types of things. I just really like his career. The nicest guy in Hollywood thing, that's a really common, well-known thing about him and anymore. And like his career, there's a definite correlation there between him and the girlfriend and his career amping back up. So what's going on there? That's my immediate read. Yeah, and besides the fact that, like, I don't think you're the nicest guy in Hollywood. I don't think he's an asshole. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't think he's a monster. I just don't think he's the nicest guy in Hollywood. I'm really interested. I from a legal perspective and from a personal perspective, this is not legal advice. I don't give legal advice. I'm just saying from a perspective. I really think, they need to like cut it back a little bit. I think they need to like bring him back down to earth a little. This isn't to like put him in his place. It's just to make him maybe a little bit more normal, maybe, because like that's a lot to live up to. Because let's say he's a human being. I don't judge anybody, let's say he got pulled over for a DUI. At this point, though, he has like such a crazy fan base. Like, I like his movies. I think he's cute, all that fun stuff. But he has like some really crazy fans. Like, he has like real legit, like crazy fans. If he was to like get pulled over for a DUI, I'm sure his fan base would be like, it makes it even better. He's like that far gone, I think. His fans are. For me, though, from a legal perspective, I understand how serious that is. For real, though. Like, it's not the end of the world, but, like, you know, getting a DUI is a very, very serious legal matter, and it's to be taken very seriously. And he is a human being, and I'm sure he drinks. So he's a grown Hollywood dude. I'm sure he does a lot more than drinks. Something tells me it's not just alcohol. I'm sure he drinks. Oh yeah, because there's a million photos of him drinking Corona and stuff, like memes and stuff. There's a meme of him having like an existential crisis drinking Corona. It's really funny. I would imagine he probably smokes pot. I definitely read that off of him. Yeah, he smokes weed. He definitely smokes weed. He strikes me more of a magic mushroom kind of guy, maybe. Yeah. Something. So he's like, let's put magic mushrooms on the pizza, guy. He seems like that kind of guy. Very Bill and Ted. I don't think he's stupid in the Bill and Ted way. I just think he's that way in that sense, if that makes any sense. He definitely strikes me as a magic mushroom guy. Oh yeah. For sure. Kombucha is strong today. Oh God. From a legal perspective, but yeah, if he were to get a DUI, his fan base would probably be like, oh, Keanu, rescue, save Keanu. He can do no wrong. It's a mistake, but it makes him even better. And it's like, sure, whatever. But like from a legal perspective, it's like, okay, dude, but you know, you got a DUI. You know, so I think of it in those terms. And what do you got to do to fix that? You know, I'm not saying getting a DUI makes him a bad person. I'm not saying it makes him anything. I'm just saying it's clearly, I don't know if he's ever had one, but it clearly would be a mistake on his part. I don't think I've ever seen anything about him getting in major crazy trouble. So that I'm aware of. That would be a fun background check, wouldn't it? No, I wouldn't do that. But I don't think he's had anything for real though. So, I mean, it would clearly be a mistake on his part, you know, just sheer human beingness. Just being a human. To err is human, you know. So, and that's where his fan base would take it, but they would magnify it by a trillion because there's like this like sycophant fangirling of him, and it's driving me insane. It's driving, because I really do genuinely like his stuff, and I really have followed his career, and I've invested on that motherfucker in his career. I want my return, bitch. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, from a legal perspective, from a business perspective, it's like come back down to earth a little, maybe. Not come back down to earth. I'm not trying to put anybody in their place. It's not like I could him anyways, but it's like, I don't know. I just don't need like the whole like nicest guy in Hollywood crap. You know, that's not what ever sold him to me in the first place. Ever. That's not. And if you've seen his career, I was rewatching some of his movies when I was researching him, because I own a lot of his movies, but just to own them because I like the movies, and it's not just Keanu I like the movie, I like the rest of the cast. obviously he's the name that pulls you in, but I like The Matrix. I love everybody in The Matrix. The whole cast is great. I mean, everybody in the cast is amazing. Yeah, there was the Parenthood. I love that movie, and I love that movie because I love Steve Martin. I love Diane Weist. I love Keanu. I love Martha Plimpton. I love the entire cast of that movie. That is a great movie. And when he and Martha, you know, they're the couple in the movie. He was talking to her mom, Diane Weist's character, and I was watching it. This is when I was researching him a little, and I was rewatching it, and he was talking to her in the kitchen or something, and there was this moment in the movie, and he looks back at her, and he just kind of gives this look. He's just like, and that's when I knew. That's when I knew for sure. I was just like, oh, you motherfucker. Oh, I knew for sure then. I was like, I knew exactly what I was dealing with. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Interesting. So, yeah. Very interesting. Because no matter how good of an actor you are, some part of you is going to shine through, I would imagine. Unless it's just like a very, very like deep method actor, you know, and they literally become their character for however long the movie lasts for. I know a lot of people give a lot of grief about method acting. I personally don't mind it. I understand method actors. I don't think there's a lot of female method actors. I'm a female method actor. I used to be an actress. So, I was an actor and a singer. I was in musical theater though. Well, no, I did a few plays that weren't musical. I did a few. I'm a theater actress though, but I do theater method acting. Mm-hmm. So, oh, I'm a treat. So, yeah, I'm a singer and a theater actress. This was many moons ago. But yeah, that's the kind of acting I used to do. Yeah. And so unless you're like in a very intense method actor, you know, I would say just about everybody, a part of you shines through. And, you know, some method actors, I don't know about everybody's process. Everybody has a different way about process. Even if you're using the same process, you're going to have your own approach to it. So even if you're a method actor, you could be the type of method actor, unless the character was just so out there. I would imagine, like, if you were playing like a murderer or somebody like truly just monstrous and horrifying, you know, unless you were playing that type of character, you know, because you would have to tap into something else inside you, not necessarily your real personality. Because for me, the only thing that would ever compel me to murder is over my kid. You know what I'm saying? Or like self-defense, like somebody was trying to murder me, I murdered them back. That's the only time I can ever see myself like murdering somebody. And that's mostly self-defense, you know, just to try to protect what's mine. But yeah, like Charlize Theron when she played Monster, you know, I'm sure she had to tap into something much different than her real personality. Whereas like Charlize Theron in like Devil's Advocate, you know, I think maybe small parts of her came through, you know. There, by the way, in my research, those two fucked. For sure. I know they did. How can you not? How can you not? It's Charlize Theron and it's Keanu Reeves. Yeah, they fucked. So, yeah. I wish those two had had a baby. Can you imagine that kid? Seriously, how beautiful that kid is? Oh my God. Seriously. Gorgeous child. Fucking insanely beautiful. Probably inside and out. But, yeah, oh my God. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying though. As an actor, parts of you come through a little bit. You can't help it. It's just part of it. The director is going to try to beat that out of you if they see any part of you come through instead of the character. Sometimes it might work, but in that instance, it did. I think it did. But yeah, it was a clear indicator to me, like the director caught Keanu, not the character. Yeah, they caught Keanu, not the character. Exactly. So it's just very interesting to me. Very interesting. Yeah, I had to research my geeks. I'm sorry. So, but yeah, there's that moment where he just looks back at her and he's just like, and I was just like, oh, you motherfucker. Oh, I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Ooh. So, yeah. Oh, you little smart ass. So, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's the nicest. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm sure he's a really nice guy. I'm sure he's a great guy. I take it with a grain of salt, though. It's still Hollywood. He's still a mega actor in Hollywood. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying he's a monster. I'm not saying he's a horrible guy or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't think he's the nicest guy in Hollywood. For real. Really, if I was going to hang out with somebody for being the nicest guy in Hollywood, it would be Matthew McConaughey. Because, like, Matthew McConaughey, I think he had the cops called on him for playing the bongos naked, drunk. And that's my kind of party. So, yeah. 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 That's for real my kind of party. I think Pete Davidson has potential. Well, for starters, he needs to get his career amped up. But also, and he's still very immature. Like, even though Kanye was tripping, it was still Kanye's wife. She was still Kanye's wife. They weren't divorced yet, dude. She's his baby mama of 4 kids. And I get why Kanye, I don't agree with how Kanye was tripping, but I get why he was tripping. I understand why he was tripping. They were still married. It's his wife. She looks like that, and she has his 4 kids. Yeah, he's tripping, honey. So, he's gonna be tripping forever, probably. Oh, yeah. That's the kind of woman, he's never getting over her. He's never getting over Kim, ever. She may never fully get over Kanye. I think Kim and Kanye are more tragic than anything, really. So, yeah, I really wish they would have made that work, but I understand, when you're at that level, it's really hard to sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I understand why he was tripping, and I think Pete kind of handled that immaturely. I mean, obviously, Kanye was tripping too hard, and they were separated, and it was fully within her right to date somebody else, and it wasn't morally wrong. She wasn't cheating on her husband or anything. But, yeah, I mean, I still think Pete kind of handled the situation kind of immaturely. He has some he could be more mature now. I don't know. That situation could have matured him. But, yeah, I mean, I think he has a lot of potential for that. If he plays his cards right, he could go the other way and just be total, like, Hollywood douchebag dude that whatever, you know. But I mean, I don't know. I did some research on Keanu. He's dated a lot of ladies. Oh my God. He has been around. He's a man whore. Oh my God. He's a slutty. He's a little slutty. I mean, I think it's hilarious, but I think it's the cutest. Of course. Of course he's a slut. But I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked at all. Oh, hell no. But at the same time, I was just like, oh my God, he got around way more than I imagined. Yeah, I mean, I had already imagined. I was like, yeah, he probably dipped it in quite a bit, but a lot more than I knew or realized. It's like, God, damn, dude, you really fucked everybody. Oh my God, and that's how I know he fucked Charlize. Oh yeah, Oh yeah, they totally fucked. Totally fucked, for sure. I just know it. I just feel it in my bones. I bet you even they had like a relationship. They just kept it way under the radar. Because they can, you know, they can do like private flights and blah, 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 and undercover. You know, but yeah, I bet you anything. They had like a relationship filming and all that crap. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can just read it all. I can feel it in my bones. I just know it. I know it. I just know it in my bones they did. I mean, yeah. Of course you would. Who wouldn't? I mean, it's Charlize Theron and Keanu Reeves. Yeah. You're gonna fuck. Especially back then, you know, are you kidding me? They're working with Al Pacino on a crazy ass movie like that. I mean, it's just primed for, oh my God, we need to fuck. Yeah, it's one of those like feel the moment kind of things. Let's see. Ironically, he was a lawyer in that movie. Go figure. From Jacksonville. I did not intend for that to happen, by the way. That was pure coincidence. No. That was just purely coincidental. And it was purely coincidental. Yeah, my ovary really did like jack up in Jacksonville while I was litigating. That's just purely coincidental. It's because my ex-husband lives there. He wants to live there because his family all has condos in Daytona because they're all old and retired and snowbirded down there. So my ex-husband, he lives in Jacksonville because there's no job market in Daytona. Because they're all like biker freaks. They all love, you know, they all do the biker thing. His grandparents used to bike up to Sturgis and all that biker shit. So my ex-husband's really heavily into bikes and, you know, all that stuff. So he moved to Jacksonville for the job market and to be closer to his family. And, you know, that's the closest place to have like a real job. That's not in the bullshit Florida tourist industry. So I was just there because of my ex-husband. It's purely coincidental. I just happened to be in law. He happened to be in Jacksonville. I just happened to have like ovarian problems. It was all coincidental. But it was all very oddly kind of like that. Not exactly, but because it was all in New York anyways. But yeah, kind of weird how life works out, huh? But small world. Universal, kind of almost a karmic joke. But yeah, more of a karmic joke at him more than me. But yeah, it was just purely coincidental. Yeah. I just have a lot of thoughts on this because I did research. I've invested a lot of money. When you think about it, when you have somebody's career that you really do appreciate, I consider myself, yeah, sure, I'm a fan of his, but I'm more of like an appreciative person. I appreciate his career more so than like, God, oh my God, nicest guy in Hollywood. And for me, it's more about like, I want a return on my investment. Yeah. So, yeah. So I did all the research. Yeah. A little bit. And yeah, I would say I would probably like more. You think I'd be like the perfect person to be an appreciator of his career. I think I'd be the kind of person he'd want appreciating his career. you know, somebody intellectual in some sort of intellectual career can think about his career moves in an intellectual way because he clearly thinks about them in an intellectual way. He's clearly like poetry and blah. And I am a writer. I write poetry even. His poetry, I'm sorry, Keanu. I'm so sorry. I love you. And you're on my top 5 list. Like, you're a freebie for me. If I'm ever dating somebody and I was to meet you and the chance were to arise, I could fuck you. You're in my top 5 freebie list. I get to fuck you without any bullshit attached. But, yeah. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't ask for his autograph, but if the chance arose for me to fuck him, yeah, duh. Seriously, are you kidding me? Yeah. It'd be all very like an affair to remember, a night to remember for the rest of my life. Oh my God. Yeah. I wouldn't tell a soul. No, I wouldn't tell anybody. No, because I've actually, even though me and my ex-husband, we dated for 10 years, it was off and on. And we were engaged for many years, actually. Many years. We were engaged for a long time, but we took a break, right? And during that break, I was very angry. And I got a little spiteful. And I ended up dating a very, very rich man. I was 23, and I am a very beautiful 40-year-old woman, but at 23, I was like, whoa. I really was. Like, I was just otherworldly. I still think I kind of am, but at 23, I mean, it was a whole other thing. And yeah, I mean, I dated a really, really powerful rich dude. I mean, this dude was like millions many times over. And very rich man. I never told my ex-husband about this, by the way. Fuck you, Joe. He can't do shit now. And he would like fly me in for the weekend, and we would hang out and go to nice restaurants and, all that kind of thing. Fly me back out and, pick me up in black SUV. Yeah. So it happened. But no, I was actually his girlfriend, though. We actually dated. It wasn't like that exactly. It had elements of that, like kind of like it had elements of like a sugar daddy thing, but we were actually dating. He was actually my boyfriend. I was still working. I was still doing my normal life too. But he was really rich. I'll never say his name, I might talk about it like this in passing, but I'll never, ever say his name. I'll never tell anybody about it. And I told Raider about it, Raider knows about it in more detail. Raider better keep his little bitch mouth shut. Yeah. But only to let Raider know who I am more, because we were dating. Raider and I were really serious. We lived together. We were really serious. you know, he has a serious career, I have a serious career. I wanted him to know me on a deeper level and be like, yeah, there's this part of me, you know, I want you to know about. I never even told my ex-husband. Mostly because my ex-husband, he would run and tell mommy. Because he runs and tells mommy everything. Because he's the ultimate motherfucker. And it's like nothing sacred. And yeah, and he was like, he would run and tell mommy. And mommy's like, little Republican princess hypocrite. It's one thing to be a Republican. Do whatever you want. I don't care. I don't care what you believe. Believe whatever you want. It's a free country. I'm full for it. That's what makes America America. It's what makes this country. What makes the world go round. You know what I'm saying? But that's your freedom to believe that and feel that. That is your freedom as an American. And that's why I'm in law, to help support your freedoms. Just don't infringe on mine. But yeah, like, she's a hypocrite about it. You know what I mean? Trust me, she's a hypocrite. She's a bitch about it. Yeah, she would be like, Republican princess judgmental. You know, how dare, you know, you and my son were on a break, you date somebody else. Right, Ginger, how many times have you been married? Yeah, okay. Pot calling the kettle black. So yeah, God, I hate Ginger. God, I hate Ginger. She's such a liar about everything. So Raider, even though Raider's a Republican, and he is, and it drives me crazy. Oh God, it drives me crazy. It drives me, it burns a hole in my soul. It burns a hole. But he's allowed to. It's his rights. He has his rights. But he's a Republican. That being said, he is pretty cool about that stuff. But he was really cool about that. He was like, yeah, cool, whatever. He didn't judge me. Because, I mean, there's nothing to judge. You know, I was broke up. I'm allowed to date other people. Single people are single people. It's not like Joe wasn't fucking every ugly military Air Force desert queen that he could get his fucking hands on. So, please. And, yeah. So, no, Raider was cool about it from an intellectual level, which was nice. Like, he wasn't judgmental about it. Not that there's anything to judge. I was single. Single people date other people. I just didn't tell Joe because he would run and tell mommy, and mommy would make it all about our son, rather than the fact that we were broke up, we weren't engaged at the time, and yeah, kind of fuck you. You know, if you're good. And he broke up with me over the dumbest reason ever, and he put importance over material bullshit over me, and he always kind of has. He's always made the material far more important than me. And it's just like, okay. I mean, material stuff and money are important, and they are. Nobody gets that more than me. It's what I do for a living. I might have an understanding about that. Yeah. So, it's when you make it more important than me. So, and then we got real problem. Real problem. So, I don't know many people. There are people out there, but I'm not around many people that actually understand money more than myself. I understand money at a philosophical and theoretical level. Legally. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. So that's my stuff about Keanu. My keeks. I'm so upset. I'm so sick of the nicest man. I would think somebody like himself would be sick of it too. I would hope. He seems the kind of guy that would be smart enough to feel that way appropriately. Like, I think that would be the appropriate feeling to have at this point. It's just like, kind of cut it out, kind of cut the shit a little bit, babies. You know, like, I get it, but, and maybe that's where he's coming from with the sarcasm. I hope so. I definitely read the sarcasm there. I don't think his fans do. Like his crazy fans. I don't think it, cause like they do things like, Keanu's the internet's boyfriend, Keanu's the nicest guy in Hollywood, Keanu, and it's just like, no, I get it. Like, I've invested in his career. I go see his movies. I go to the theater to see his movies. You know, I pay the movie ticket. I buy the popcorn. I'm into it. You know, I have the experience. I went and saw Matrix 4 in the theater. You know, I really have invested in his career. I get it, but. I don't know. It's just so ridiculous. It's just so stupid. It's almost kind of stupid. Like, the internet's boyfriend? What? It's just like, why? No, he's Alexandra's boyfriend. Yeah. Yeah. There's also another little bit of a beef. And I hope that's where he's coming from with this sarcasm. I hope he's not being like an asshole and like making fun of his fans. I hope he's just kind of like, okay, cool, but you know, I'm really just a human being. I hope that's where the sarcasm's coming from, is kind of maybe my point. Also, because I would get the sarcasm then. I would understand, I would relate more, you know, like, okay, yeah. No, I get it. Whereas I'm kind of wondering, because it's easy, it's Hollywood, you know. I would hope it wouldn't be like, you know, my fans are stupid, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, I hope it's not like that. That's my concern. Because you hear the horror stories about the diva in the Hollywood diva. What do they call them? Runners, I think. The runner lists that the top people have, like musicians and actors have, like, this is maybe less known because I went to school for business. So business is pretty much general across the board. And then you get into specifics. But if you have an education in business, you understand business. And Hollywood is a business. It's the entertainment industry. It's the entertainment business. And I not only understand it from a business point of view, an education background, but also a legal one. So, this is less known in their world, but I mean, it's known, but it's less known. They have these things called, I think they call them runners, I want to say. I think it's a runner, maybe. I might have the phrase off, but I'll have to double check into it. But it's this list that they make. So, like, say, hypothetically, we'll just really run away with it. Let's say I heard in particular, J-Lo is very specifically diva. So we'll just say, like, I'm J-Lo and I'm going to go do the Ellen show and I'm going to appear on the Ellen show. Well, they all have a green room, right? And in the green room, that's like where, because they have to get there hours beforehand, usually. And they get there so they can do their hair and makeup and get dressed, because they're not showing up there in a full suit or all that outfit. They're showing up looking like this. Me. So they come looking like the human being they are, and then they sit in the makeup chair and do all the bullshit, right? And they do all that in the green room and the makeup room and all that crap. And then they have the runner. And that is what, I guess, probably their manager or their number. I would imagine somebody like Keanu has a couple personal assistants at least. I would say he probably has 3 or 4 at the very least to manage his affairs, all that. Every bit of it. So, but all of them have like a main personal assistant that is in correlation with them every day. They sit down, they go through a list of things they want done every day, blah, 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 whatever. And that's the person that they're directly handling their celebrity, whatever. So either their personal assistant, their manager, maybe not their lawyer, but their lawyer's paralegal maybe in some instances, depending on what it is. I can imagine that getting, maybe not that particular thing, but elements of that, getting legal very fast. And maybe not the lawyer handling it, but the lawyer telling their paralegal, hey, handle that. Because I handle things of that nature sometimes as a paralegal. So they have this runner, and we'll say the assistant gives the runner to whoever in the Ellen show, some producer or whatever. The runners will be like, I only want purple Skittles in a bowl. You have to pick out all the other Skittles. I'm not kidding. You can only have white flowers in that room. I want white orchids all over the room. I only want purple Skittles. There needs to be a fridge full of Fiji water. There needs to be, I don't know, I'm sure they have hors d'oeuvres and vegetable trays and all that bullshit out the wazoo. So, only organic vegetables arranged by color. It has to be arranged Roy G. Biv. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo. I'm not joking. They do that shit for real. I've heard J-Lo in particular is very diva, but I think everything can only be in white. I think she has to have like white M&Ms, all kinds of crazy shit. I don't know where a motherfucker finds white M&Ms. I'm sure you can. So, I mean, that's what a producer or whoever, well, a producer will hand that off to some minion, but they'll send it to the producer. The producer will be like, hey, minion, find all this shit, put it in the green room. And some minion has to get all that shit together and put it together in the green room for that celebrity to sit in there, like in J-Lo in this instance, would sit there in their white green room, all white, everything green room. Like, oh my God. That's what they do. Now, I'm sure some celebrities, they're way more laid back. They're just like, yeah, I don't know. I just want my Zaxby's waiting for me when I get there or something, Just make sure it's hot, guys. I'm sure a lot of them are way more laid back. But, yeah, I would hope he's not that diva. I hope my investment hasn't gone off the rails, baby. So, because, I get it. You're uber rich and you want to live your life and you want to live it up and you want to live your rich life. But I would hope he would not be, like, so out of touch that it's like that. You know what I mean? Like, he's still on planet Earth a little. Because, like, we all know J-Lo's gone. We all know she's gone forever. So, Ben's never coming back, guys. He's gone with J-Lo. So we can just write that one out. Jennifer Garner tried as hard as she could. Which is hilarious because if you see, I don't know much about them, but I do know I saw little snippets of J-Lo's twins, the daughter, I don't know their names. I'm really sorry. I think the daughter's kind of like goth and emo and like, fuck you, mom. So she's definitely going through like the fuck you, mom teenager thing. She's not her mom, that is for sure. Because J-Lo's like, diva. I do not read that from her kid at all. She probably gets it from Mark Anthony. So, good job, Mark. Very good job. Yeah. So, because that kid is, I'm pretty sure, I know Mark Anthony is Puerto Rican, but I'm pretty sure that's, J-Lo's from the Bronx, and she's clearly Hispanic, but she's Latina, but I think her Hispanic background is Puerto Rican. So that daughter is Puerto Rican. She is Puerto Rican. Oh, yeah. And she's like dark, emo, goth Puerto Rican. Ooh, I love it. Give her shit. Yeah. Give her shit for that runner. Yeah, I've read J-Lo's Runner. That thing is a beast. Oh my God. Oh yeah. So, I mean, I don't think she's like totally gothed out, but she's definitely clearly like, fuck you, ma. She's like having her Daria moment. It's probably good for her though, you know. Probably good for J-Lo. So, yeah. Yeah, so anyways, Keeks. I'm not gonna go into his tragic stuff, but his daughter, I guess his daughter, she would be in her 20s by now, roughly. So I just imagine like I wonder if he like, that's the only thing is like I wonder if he feels like he's missing out, you know. So that's the only thing. So cause yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's the only thing I'm gonna that's the only question I would have about that. It's just like, I mean, I have a million others, but that's the only one that comes to mind that I would ever discuss openly. It's just like, does he feel like he's missing out? Because I'm sure he does. But other than that, you know, I don't really want to touch too hard on that. That's some really devastating. The only reason why I would even broach the subject, because it's a very sensitive subject, is because I do relate to him in a certain sense. They're not exactly the same, but I do have an element of, I know where he might feel in a certain aspect. So yeah, for sure. But, and it's all purely coincidental. I didn't know his daughter was named Ava. I really didn't. I didn't have the first clue. I just really liked the name. At the time, it was a really popular girl name. It wasn't like super popular, but it was popular in certain circles, you know. And for me, you know, when I was pregnant, it was either going to be Eli or Ava. I wanted the 3 letters and the cute name, you know. I wanted my son, I was just like, Eli is a Hebrew name. It's Hebrew for, it means high or ascended, or it sometimes translate into meaning God, literally God. Which is really funny because Raider's son's name is Rey. Raider's dad's name is Ronaldo, then there's Raider, and then his son's name is Rey. And Rey means king in Spanish. My son's name means God in Hebrew. And Eli Joseph, Hebrew as it gets. So, yeah, my mom's name is Sharon. That's a Hebrew name. So, and my mom was born in July. My son was born in July. My mom and her twin sister, you know, born in July. She named me after her twin sister. And then my son was born in July. So, you know, I wanted to keep the Hebrew name. I kind of keep the name thing going because it's really important in my mom's side of the family. Well, my dad's too, because there's my dad, there's Philip Sr., then there's my brother Philip Jr., and then my older sister, she had her son, and her son's name is Noah James Philip. So my mom, because she had me way before sonograms came into place, so they didn't know they didn't know back then what they were gonna have. It was all a surprise. So she was like, they still did the heartbeats though. That was when they started monitoring heartbeat, and she fell for the old wives' tale. If it's fast, it's a boy. If it's slow, it's a girl. That means nothing, by the way. There's no correlation between heart speed and what sex it is, but they got her all amped up because I had a fast heartbeat, and when they tested my heartbeat in the womb, and she was convinced I was a boy. So, surprise, I'm a girl. So, my name was supposed to be Joseph Philip. So she was supposed to name me after my dad. She was going to name me Joseph Philip. There was another name in play too, but she was going to name me after my dad. So I ended up being Lindsay. I actually have a J and an L interlinked on my back. So there's a cursive J and L together on my back. Everybody thinks that's for Joe or for some. I just let them think that. It's really for. There was also the name Joshua Philip. So that was the other name she was going to do. So it's for what my name was supposed to be and my real name. And Lindsay actually means island of linden trees. It's to represent the linden tree. So what that ink really represents is the Joshua tree. So Joshua, Lindsay, Joshua tree. Yeah. So, yeah, all my ink has a lot of meaning for me personally. And then now my J also represents the Joseph in my son's name. I do want to get my son, that's the only name I would put on my body is my son's name. So I'm somewhere hidden, but yeah, I want to get my son's name put on inked on me, but that's the only name I would ever put on my body. But only one, and it very specifically, because it can get some type of way real fast. So I don't want it to be like a heart with mom on it, even though if you do it right, some people do that, ironically, it's kind of funny. But yeah, so I was supposed to be a boy. That's why the J and the L are on my back. Anyways, went off on a tangent like always. Yeah, so Keanu. I don't know, boo. I don't know. Oh, he's a boo for sure. His life is so tragic. Even if he was being sarcastic to be an asshole, his life has such tragedy in it. It's just like, oh, boo. He's a boo. He's for legit. He's boo. Oh yeah. He's total boo. Oh my god. So yeah, for sure. His girlfriend, I don't know anything about her other than she's an artist. He's kind of running with that Gwyneth Paltrow goopy clique, and she definitely does. I don't know about all that, boo. That's what I'm going to say about that. I don't know about all that. So, I don't know. I'm just not feeling vagina rocks. I really don't want to put a fucking rock in my vagina. I think what you doing? So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like intellectual stuff. I can get down with a little bit of pretension, you know? Like, I can get down with a little bit and feel myself. I get it. But a vagina in my, or a rock in my vagina? What? A pussy rock? Really? Vagina candles? Okay. I'm burning my Christmas candle right now. See this? My Christmas candle, right? It smells like a fucking spruce tree. Let's keep it a little PC, baby. I mean, I'm down with a lot of stuff. I'm really cool, but I do not want to burn a candle that smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy. I'm sorry for the language, but there's no real other way to put that. So, that's the Southern woman in me. Like, I'm a little bit of South, I'm a little bit of North. I always like to think of it, I'm the best of both worlds. So, that's the Southern woman in me. Why? Why? I feel like other Southern women would back me up on that. Like, why are we burning candles that smell like other women's vaginas? New York, you have lost your goddamn mind. Bring it back down to earth. So, I'm all for a candle, and I'm all for, you know, spending a little bit too much on a candle. I'm not going to spend $100, but, you know, I spend a nice little penny at Target on that thing, and I've been guilty of buying a diptyque candle a time or two. I don't know. I plead the fifth. I'll plead the fifth on that. I won't plead guilty. I'll plead the fifth. I changed my pleading, Your Honor. But, yeah, I don't know nothing. If you want to do that research, you can go back 15 years on bank statements. I don't know nothing. Yeah. But still, I am not spending $60 to smell Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy. What the fuck? I'm not going to put a fucking rock inside my vagina. That's just not happening. That's never happening. That's insane. I mean, Gwyneth Paltrow's a cool person, and she's got like really cool style, and I was really into Goop when it first came out. I did think it was a little bit overpriced, and it could get really, when it first started, it wasn't pretentious all the time. It was only like a tad pretentious, because it started back in like 2006 or 8 or something. And I was reading it when it first came out, and some of it was really cool. Some of it was just like, no. But I mean, it was clearly like, no, because they're Hollywood and, you know, whatever. But I'm not spending $200 on a yoga mat. That's just not happening. I don't care if I'm a gazillionaire. That's just absolutely absurd. I'm sorry. A yoga mat is a yoga mat. What do you need it to do? Does it turn into the rug from Aladdin? Because in that case, sure, sign me up. but otherwise, it's a fucking yoga mat, dude. $50 tops. Seriously, I'm serious. $50 tops. Rich people stay rich because they understand money. You know, if you start, oh God, I'm not getting into that debate or that conversation. I'll get crazy really fast. Yeah, a yoga mat is a yoga mat. And obviously, you know, some little hotshot up and coming Hollywood actress that's like trying to like make a name for herself, she's gonna show up at the yoga class that I'm sure all the actresses go to. And I'm sure they all go to the same fucking thing. I would imagine if you were a 20-year-old actress and you have a few hits under your belt, Yeah. Oh, yeah, you have your whoever, your manager, whoever, find out where are all the actresses going to yoga, and you show up with the $200 mat or the Gwyneth Paltrow goop mat or whatever the fuck. Me, I would never have done that, but let's just say never would, hypothetically, at 20, I would have shown up hungover with a cigarette. I plead the fifth on some other things. Then, yeah, hungover with a cigarette. With my Target mat. My Target yoga pants. Or Nike. I do like Nike yoga pants. They do make good yoga pants. But, and half awake, like, what the fuck am I doing here? See, if I was that person, my person would have had to have pushed me to and made me go. It would have had to make me go. Like, bitch, you're going to this yoga class to make a name for yourself, blah, blah, blah. Even today, probably. Yeah, show up with my wine bottle. You're damn right. So, yeah. Oh my God. My kombucha at the least. I need to be drunk somehow. You kidding me? Ugh. I hate, my career is that type of career where like a lot of chicks are all like, yeah, we do yoga, blah. I'm like, oh, cool. I get drunk. I stretch to the kitchen. Mm-hmm. Oh, that kombucha is it hits you right there. Like, it's good, but it's like, it's guava kombucha. I also, to know me now, because people evolve. Now to know me, you know I love all things guava. Raider kept trying to call me his reina. He would be like, mi reina. It's like a pet name, like my queen. You know, it's very Latin. That's very Cuban of him. He's all like, mi reina. I'm like, no. Because he also calls me PG. And PG means pastel goiaba. So that means guava cake. I'm like, don't call me Rihanna. I don't want to be a queen. I'm PG. I'm just a little guava cake always. And I love all things guava flavor, including kombucha. So I get the guava goddess kombucha, and it's really good, but it's got kick. It's like, it wakes you up. I'm going to take a bunch of it to work. So hopefully it gives me a slight buzz. Oh, God. I'm not even kind of joking. They don't care. They have a beer fridge. It's all good. So, I mean, as long as I'm not like slurring words to customers, I think we're all good. I have a speech impediment anyways. So I think a lot of people think I'm like either really high or really drunk when I'm not. I just have a really hard time talking sometimes. And I think people, I'm cognitively, I'm there. I'm totally there. But it's just, it comes out weird because I have a speech impediment. Because like I'll say a word wrong, or I kind of like cut the word off and then say it. It's a weird thing. But don't worry, like I trained myself to talk differently whenever I'm talking to a customer or in a professional manner. Like I have a switch in my brain I turn on. But when I'm talking just whatever, I talk funny. Yeah, but this stuff hits. This stuff really hits. Yes, so I'm a Keanu person. I'm a Keanu girl. I feel like, you know, when you find that out about me, I feel like that would make sense. Probably. Yeah, a lot of sense. I think his girlfriend is cutie. Not because it's like, oh, he's dating a woman his age, blah, blah, blah. I mean, whatever. I don't really care either way. I just think she's really pretty. I think it's cool that he's dating an artist. I don't really care about her age. I think it's cool he's dating an artist. I've not really looked too much into her art, a little bit. It's interesting at the very least. I would like to see more. I need to read their book. I think they charge an insane price for it. Hold on. I think they wrote a book together, but I think it's incredibly expensive. It's been a minute since I did major research. I'm a nerd, I know. I'm a total nerd. I think a lot of people are really surprised to find out that I'm like a major, very real, major nerd. I am geeky book nerd. Let's see. I geeky book nerd fashion. So that's why it doesn't show immediately. But then I nerd girled on that. Okay, hold on. Amazon. Keanu Reeves book. I'm just like a super hippie. I grew up with hippie parents, like crazy hippie parents. Keanu Reeves Guide to Kindness. Oh, by Hardy Grant. People write some crazy shit about this dude. The Reeves Revolution, a biography of what the fuck? I want to read some of these. I want to get drunk and read some of these. Berserker. Oh, he did his own comic book. I knew about that. That's really cool. Oh, he has his own motorcycle company. That's super cool. I didn't know there was a Keanu Reeves Revolution. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Okay, Alexandra Grant book. Okay, here we go. Is it Shadows? Is that it? Love, a visual history of the Grant Love Project by Alexandra Grant. Oh, is this her? What is love? In Love, a visual history of the Grant Love Project, artist Alexandra Grant's exploration of that question is documented through a retrospective of her journey engaging in civic art. Hold on. In 2008, Grant began making editions of her art based on the concept of love and trademarked love symbol to raise money for arts projects and nonprofit organizations. And this philanthropic art experiment became the Grant Love Project, partnering with other artists, makers, customers, and to support art projects and nonprofits. Grant explores how philanthropy and art can effectively intersect. The comprehensive history of the Grant Love Project, complete with paintings, prints, sculptures, textiles, jewelry, and architecture, provides a visual meditation on what love is, as conceived by Grant and the numerous collaborators showcased here. Compiling more than 14 years of Grant Love works and partnerships, this book invites you to reflect on the confluence of philanthropy and the arts and celebrates building community around the roles and love and empathy in contemporary art and culture. Okay. Foreword by New York Times bestselling, well, everybody's a New York Times bestselling author. Roxane Gay. Essay by Alma Ruiz, Cassandra Koblenz, and Iman Alami. I think I'm saying your names right. I hope I'm not butchering anybody's name. Okay, and then there's Shadows. Shadows. Hardcover. Yeah, you can't even buy it Out of print, limited availability. Holy fuck sticks. Okay. Right. What exactly is it? Here's the description. What exactly is a shadow? Is it light tracing an object or the shape a body throws when it comes between a light source and a surface? Is it a metaphor for the intimate, darker side of a person's nature, as Carl Jung postulated? Oh, they said postulated. Get it together, Lindsay. And seen. Okay. And the unconscious side of oneself, where demons, and they spell demons Daemons, and demons and secrets are kept hidden or repressed. Is it an allegorical place between darkness and light, death and living, or is it a state of illusion like Plato's cave? Oh, he's getting into Plato. Interesting. Okay, so he's basing his the book off Plato's philosophy about the shadows and people thinking the shadows are real rather than the reality of being in their chains. Is it a verb that means to follow or accompany or even to spy on? Shadows, a new collaborative series by Alexandra Grant and Keanu Reeves, explores the real and symbolic nature of the shadow as image and figure of speech. Grant's photographs capture Reeves' shadow at times as a silhouette and at others as traces of light as he and the camera move together. In transforming the images into color and reversing light for dark, Grant has made the shadows themselves the source of the light. Interesting. Okay. Reeves' text, written in tandem with the creation of the images, give voice to the multiple manifestations of the shadow as a projected figure, a place of concealed emotion, and invocation to shadow play. Okay, so she's kind of like doing a reverse negative of portraits. I'll try to show you. This is just the cover of the book. And you'll kind of get the idea. So she turned the photo, from what I'm understanding, she turned the photo into a negative, kind of, and then she reversed the negative. So that's kind of interesting. And that's, I'm guessing that's one of her photos, I would imagine. So, interesting. So they're like going way deep and pretentious. So if you know anything about philosophy, Plato and the Shadow Cave is a very well-known philosophy, and it's about the reality of being a human being in chains, and a lot of human beings chained inside of a cave, and there's shadows at play on the cave walls, and everybody thinks the shadows at play are the reality versus rather being the reality be them being in their chains inside of a cave. So that's a very well-known philosophy, and they're clearly playing on a metaphor of that philosophy with their artwork. I mean, it's all very New York, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. I mean, it's cool, and they're doing, so the reason why they're playing off of Plato's cave is Carl Jung. He's psychology, did a lot about integration of the shadow self. So integration of your shadow self, your dark side, is basically you integrate the darker parts of yourself. Everybody has a dark side. Everybody has darker parts of themselves. Everybody needs to integrate that so you don't project the devil onto other people. So I deal with shadow sides. I deal with the dark side of people oftentimes. It's the good side of people's dark side because they're talking to me in a legal reference. So, for instance, somebody that's calling in and they want representation for a rape charge. They're calling in and they're just like, hi, yes, I would just like more information, blah, blah, blah. I got this charge and blah, blah, blah. It's still their darkness, but it's the good side of their darkness. They're integrating their dark side, just not in any real way. I mean, It's all a manipulation. So I deal with that daily. I obviously have a dark side. I can be a little shithead. Not anything like that. But yeah, I mean, I can be a total little shithead. They're getting very... I'd be interested to see the book. The photo is really interesting. It's very interesting. It's cool. It's really cool. I'm very heavily into art. Every place I go see the art museums. It's very, very important to me. I'm very, very, very into art. Acting, art, all that stuff. I grew up with it. I did it. I'm a musician, a singer, all that crap. He is too. He's touring. That's why I'm bitching. With his band Dog Star. They have a new album out, Somewhere Between the Power Lines and Palm Trees. Okay. So that's the photo. I wonder if she did the photo art or the cover art for the band. That's the album cover. So it goes from blue to red, and then Dog Stars in yellow. As an artist, you understand color theory. So it's just, I find colors interesting when people use colors and they're trying to use them specifically. So I always try to understand meaning there and symbology, because he's interesting. That's interesting that they're into Jungian psychology, because Jungian psychology is all about man and his symbols, symbology. I always make the joke, woman in my symbols. Woman in her symbols. So, so that tells me right offhand he's a deeply symbolic person. Clearly. That makes sense. That figures. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I was seeing some stuff on him online last night, and I just had it. Because I keep seeing all this nicest guy in Hollywood stuff, and it's just like, this dude's in a fucking rock band. He's in The Matrix. He's in John Wick, and I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's an amazing guy. But I have seen that motherfucker in action, okay? I know he's not the little goody-goody Mr. Nice Guy that y'all are claiming. And I bet you, and I'm really sorry, this is just the Southern woman in me. Please don't take me wrong. But I know that motherfucker's good in bed. I know he can fucking tear it up. So that's all I'm saying. So that's all I'm going to say about that. That's all I'm going to say. So he knows what he's doing. Something tells me he knows where a clit is. So good for you, Alexandra. That's all I'm going to say. Very good for you. I'm very happy for you. But trust me, even though things got really bad at the end, Ray's a doctor, okay, girls? All right, girls. Ray knows where the clit is. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, no, we really did have sex for 6 hours straight one night. That's all I'm going to say. That man is a beast. A beast. A fucking wild beast. I do miss that. I don't miss all the crazy. And that's why we're not together. Because it's just... I resent... Because I work really hard. And COVID really did mess up the collections industry. And that's what a lot of people fail to realize. And I had to compensate for that. And it looked really bad to collect, and I had moral bullshit about collecting during COVID, because I was just like, this is just stupid. You know, these people, they legit are hurting. Everybody's hurting right now. It's just stupid to collect. And yeah, I mean, so I have a fallback career of manufacturing, and I grew up blue collar. My dad, even though he owned his own business and he was really successful, it's all blue collar work. So yeah, I mean, I know how to work on cars. I know how to work, run a machine press and all that stuff. So, I know what tools are. I know how to use tools. You know what I mean? So I know how to change my own oil. I'm not really a big fan of being like so feminine that you're ignorant. You know, I'm not saying you have to be like going out there and like, let's grease up, guys, but like, and I'm not saying you have to know how to fix an engine, but I'm just saying, I don't think the ignorant, like, how does a car work thing is cute or charming. I don't think that's cute. I don't think any real guy thinks that's cute. I think they think that's like myself. They think you're kind of ignorant. I don't think you need to be like, fucking, what do they call themselves? The garage monkey guys? Is that what they're called? I don't want to offend anybody, but I think that's what their real name is. I don't know, whatever. But, I don't know, there's some, like, people, like, you don't have to be, like, a fucking mechanic. But, yeah, I mean, being ignorant is not cute. Yeah. Good for Alexandra. Interesting. Okay. Interesting book. You cannot buy it. So, let's see if we can. I'm not buying it, but let's see. I'm pretty sure it's like crazy expensive. Crazy expensive. Of course it is. See, this is what I'm saying. He's a little pretentious. He's a little bit, yeah. A little... Oh yeah, that's what worries me. Grant, Shadows. Okay, the book's called Shadows. No, Amazon, we've just established you don't sell the book. Hold on, I'm gonna have to straight up type because this is driving me crazy. I hate typing on an iPad, so I'm very sorry about this, but I have to type. Okay. I know this is like supposed to be Keanu based, but it's like a little bit everything, whatever. Okay, Revs. Reeves. Okay, I can type. All right, Keanu Reeves. Actor, producer, additional crew. Okay. All right. Shadows. Book by. Whoa. Okay. So it is used, which I'm guessing somebody bought it and then they're just reselling it, I would imagine. It is $1,133.11. What the fuck, dude? Yep, $1,500. From Switzerland and New York. Published by Steidl Publishers, Göttingen. Dutch, maybe? From Switzerland. All right. I have to say it that way. It's just a thing. I'm stupid. All right. So let's see. Art book. Status out of stock indefinitely. Okay. We get it, boo. We get it. All right. So I'm a little hood. I'm sorry. I know it throws some people off because I am for real, like from the hood a little bit, and I am a little hood. I'm fine with it. So whatever. I'm fine with myself. If it offends you, sorry, not sorry. Okay. So, trust me, I'm trained to be whatever with in law offices. I just resent it. Okay, that's Keanu, I think. That's a photo of Keanu. That's a really cool photo. It's really cool. I mean, all the like, I mean, I get the philosophy and the theory behind it. I understand where they're coming from and why they approach their art that way. I am a painter. I'm a photographer myself. That's my normal medium, is photography. And I'm a painter. I'm also a ceramicist. I do ceramics. I've been in ceramics since I was 6. My mom started taking me. Her friend has had her own kiln. She had a barn with a kiln in it, and we would go to make pottery when I was like 6 years old. It was the one thing like me and my mom just did, me and her. And she would take me there all the time, and I would make things out of clay and get it fired in the kiln. We'd sit in the barn and, you know, play with clay all day, all night after school. And I've been doing that for years. I run a potter's wheel. I rock some clay, baby. So yeah, I've been doing that for years, and I am a photographer, but this is an interesting way to do photography. As an artist, I've had a few projects where like it was thought out before I approached the project, but I feel like it is really beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's really interesting, and it's a really cool idea. The only thing is, and Keanu, his beauty shines through no matter what he does, because he's annoying that way. But yeah, I mean, for me, I don't know. I feel like it's overthought what they're doing, and it's way overpriced. So, wow. But I mean, it's Keanu, so they present shadows at art catalogs at LACMA. Okay. Sunday, February 20th from 4 to 6. Multiple manifestations of shadows. What was he going through? She's like talking a bunch of Jung and Plato's cave. That's a lot. Not that art isn't that deep, you know, but you don't think of it from a conscious point of view. It's all subconscious. And see, that's my concern, is they're doing this from a conscious level. And because I understand I study psychology in depth, but I mean, it's just, they're being too conscious, especially she's being too conscious as an artist, and that's why it's coming off so bleh, bleh. Like it's just like I don't know, I want to get her drunk and then give her a camera, maybe. You know what I mean? It's kind of how she makes me feel about it. It's just like, I want to mess up her hair and get her drunk and then hand her a camera. See what happens. But, yeah. So, yeah, a little. See, I'm the opposite. Everybody wants to give me more structure. Streamline structure. You need to think about things way more. You need more mindfulness. I'm very mindful at work, but my work requires that of me. In my real life, I'm like, yeah, I'm like loose yogurt, as Alan Watts would say. See, that's what they need. They need to get away from like all the pretentious, like, don't get me wrong, Plato's cave is very important. It's a very important philosophy to understand and know. But you're supposed to expand on the idea because there's been so much philosophy since then. It's really like beginner's philosophy. That's what you learn when you're learning philosophy. Like, it's philosophy 101. And even though the ideas behind it are much deeper than Philosophy 101. That's something you're taught in Philosophy 101. And then you expand on it. And see, for me, you might like Watts because Watts, he actually knew Carl Jung. He was actually collaborative with Carl Jung. Watts is a whole other realm of philosophy. He's known, but he's not well known. It's clear to me that they are not operating from a Watts-like background. So, whereas for me personally, I can see where I'm of the same tree, maybe. We're in the same chapter in terms of philosophy, but it's too pretentious. I'm sorry. It is really cool. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It really is. I mean, it really is beautiful photos. And it's a really cool idea. I just rather have seen the photos while she was drunk. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, just personally, I mean, everybody's a critic. But I would just rather see her make those those photos while she was drunk. See what comes out of it. Or just loosened up. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know Keanu smokes weed. I don't know, make her smoke some weed. Something, loosen her up. Go get a massage. I don't know, whatever relaxes her. She probably drinks, so, yeah. So for me, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah. Did this expand and now I can't put the lid on? No. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I can see, like, the goopy, Gwyneth Paltrow-y, like, blah, 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 pussy rock, blah, 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 vagina candle, blah. So, I can see it. 500 yoga mat. So, yeah, no. So, there's that. And, yeah, Merry Christmas. And it's Christmas. I'm not getting into a bunch of crazy drama. I want to talk about stupid shit. It's not that it's stupid, but you know what I mean. So, and my little baby beef with Keanu. Yeah, my little baby beefs. So, yeah, I got baby beef. You kidding me? I've invested in that asshole. I want returns. I am in finance law. I'm in business finance law. I want a return on my investment. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's where we're at, everybody. I have an errand I have to go run so I can really enjoy my Christmas. I'm not talking about that. So, on that note, I have to go do that. Merry Christmas. This is all in good fun. Yeah, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. For sure. Don't get up in arms and please don't leave crazy comments. It's to be taken with a grain of salt. So, but yeah, I mean, everybody has their person, you know, mine is Keanu. Musically, I mean, my favorite band is Mazzy Star, and I did research them some. I'm just more about the music, you know. It's funny, my favorite band's Mazzy Star, Dog Star, It's all coincidental, seriously, that's all just purely coincidental. I really do have a tattoo of Mazzy Star. Not like their faces. It's just a star. Here. I don't want to show anybody my lady bits, but I don't know. It's hard to show without showing too much. You have to really know me really well to see that one. Yeah. No, I'm not showing you that. So you'll see too much. I don't want to show the world my lady bits. Yeah. So it's just a nautical star, a purple and black nautical star. Mazzy Star's first album was So Tonight I Might See. And it's the cover art is just this really cool black and purple print. And it has So Tonight I Might See in gold. And my nautical star, it's just a nautical star, and half of it's purple, half of it's black for the album. So Mazzy Star, haha. And then, the infamous song Fade Into You. Another really good song is Into Dust. I love that song. Yeah. So they've been my favorite band since I was 12, 13 years old. I heard them, and I told my mom for Christmas that year I want all their albums, and she got me all their CDs for Christmas that year. So yeah, that was really important to me. Let's see. Also, for the Christmas that year, I also got the original Sneaker Pimp CD, Becoming X. Those CDs just wore out. I scratched them to oblivion. They just got super worn out over time. I wish I still had them just for even memories, but at the same time, I'm a minimalist. It's just, to me, that can be a little bit overly sentimental. And they just everything got turned into digital. But yeah, Mazzy Star, So Tonight I Might See, just the best album of all time, pretty much, for me personally. A lot of meaning there. To me, my son, my ex-husband's name is Joseph, and my son's name is Eli Joseph. And here's a really funny joke about his name, is it's me, myself, and I, Eli. So, Eli Joseph. And I always tell everybody that's really super close to me, it's my love song to my ex-husband, because we were together so long, and we went through so much to have Eli. Because, I really did almost die. He almost died. Eli almost died. I really, hemorrhaged really bad. It was really crazy stuff, crazy heavy life shit. And so it's a combination of Saw Red. That's a little bit of a joke, but it's true too. That song, Saw Red, and Fade Into You. So, yeah. I don't want to talk about that too much or I'll cry. So, but yeah, the kids, man. The kids get you every time, don't they? But, yeah, take everything I say about all that stuff with a grain of salt. It's not meant to be taken seriously. So don't get all up in arms and try to say I'm trying to call him some crazy person or something. No, I'm sure he's a lovely person. I'm sure he's absolutely amazing. I'm just thinking, I've seen him in interviews, I've seen him in action. He's a lot more sarcastic, and he's clearly flirting with some darkness, which I find interesting. That's interesting. Very interesting. Jungian darkness. Ooh. I wonder if he has been reading Man and His Symbols and the Red Book and all that fun stuff. So, that's very interesting. Because I deal with that all the time. I deal with shadow people and integration of the shadow self and all that all the time in law. I deal with it every day. That's all I do. And I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not anything like that. But there's a lot of that in my work. And we do implement a lot of things like that in our work. So, interesting. Very interesting. There's a lot of really great psychologists out there, though. It's more than Freud and Jung. I just stick to those two because it's pop psychology. Everybody knows who they are usually, you know what I mean? So, I guess she's kind of been opening up his horizons intellectually. So I'm guessing that's what that is because I don't know, he was in the Matrix and doing all the Baudrillard stuff, so maybe he's in those worlds. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know him personally, and I don't know anything about him on that level. So, uh, it's anybody's guess is as good as mine. But now he's got me intrigued on a psychological profile level. So now they've intrigued me psychologically. So I'm very interested. Cool. So he's playing with shadow people. He's playing with his shadow person. So I wonder if it's an exercise in trying to integrate the shadow self. Also, there's without getting too heavy and getting run away with everything like I haven't already, but there's kind of for me as a photographer, and I was talking about this, I used to see a clinical psychologist for therapy, and I remember talking to her once about me as a photographer, and I was talking to her about it, and I was just like, I call my photography like my mind's eye, almost. So it's not as simple as like a third eye. It's my mind's eye. So because I'm not a traditional photographer, I have different lenses and all that fun stuff. I do rock a DSLR, but for me, I just throw a lens on and I just put it in my normal setting. I have a normal setting. I put everything in and I just start clicking. And I just kind of just go with it. I'm a very different kind of photographer. I have a specific lenses I like and I use. And, I'm obviously, I'm into it. But I have a process. Everybody has a process. But I kind of just throw the lenses on that I like, throw it in the setting I like, and I just start clicking, and I just kind of feel the moment. And obviously, there's certain moments that I'm aware I'm feeling it, and then I go get my camera, or I'll start filming, or whatever. There's also, it can be deeply symbolic of death. I know that sounds weird. But photography can be, and art in general, but it's life and death, but it's photography in general because it's a literal, actual moment of somebody's life in time. You know what I mean? And is that representing their life or am I representing their death? I mean, it can get really deep. It can get really, really deep. It can get, because you think about it when you say I'm going to go shoot the camera. It's a slang term, but you're slanging shooting somebody with a camera, right? So, and it's the metaphor behind it, maybe, I guess, is, and to get symbolic and philosophical, am I representing a moment in their life, or is this a moment representing their death? Is that a moment of them being dead, kind of? You know what I mean? I know that sounds kind of weird because they're alive while you take the photo, but you're also shooting them in a moment. You're freezing a moment for all time. And when you're dead, you're frozen for all time. You're just dead. You're not moving. Nothing happens. It's the same forever until you decompose and you're gone. And it's just like, because have you ever been to a funeral? And I went to a lot of people, my family died when I was young. I had to go to a bunch of funerals. Grandparents, great-grandparents, cousins. Yeah. So, and it was always open casket, of course it was. And your mind plays tricks on you, because I remember being a little kid, and your body, your brain and your eyes are so used to seeing human beings breathe, you know, that it would look like they were breathing sometimes when I was little. And I was told that's really normal. That's a pretty normal thing to happen, because your brain is trained to see human beings breathe. So it's, your brain is compensating. So apparently that's like a normal thing. Because I was like, am I crazy? And they're like, no, that's really normal stuff. So I guess some people, like, your brain is trying to compensate. So yeah. And so, I mean, that is death. I mean, it's just like, you're not moving, nothing's happening. And it's the living that are compensating to make up for the dead. And I mean, and it is. And that's really the facts of it. And yeah, I mean, if you really get into like philosophy and theory of photography in those terms, you know, because I did get into it with my psychologist a little bit. You know, I was just like trying to explain to her, it's not exactly a third eye, it's a mind's eye. And that's kind of how I feel as an artist in general, or as a human sometimes. But you know, it's the mind's eye. And kind of like, sometimes I feel like my camera is symbolic and representative of my mind's eye, if that makes sense. So yeah, I mean, so I just always find art, especially photography, very interesting. And are you taking a picture of somebody's life, or are you representing their death or something death-like? What's really, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that they're talking about young and shadows, but at the same time, I think they're a little too conscious of it, you know? They're a little too conscious of their subconscious, if that makes any sense. Even though the photos are really beautiful, I mean, regardless, she still made beautiful art. For me, sometimes I think things can be a little too beautiful, maybe. I don't know. It's so beautiful, though. It really is interesting. I mean, yeah, if I was wanting my house to look picture perfect, perfection, ultra modern, amazing, yeah, I would buy one of those prints and throw them in my house and be like, fuck you all, I'm fucking pimping this shit out. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely that kind of art. And they're definitely kind of coming with it, with that approach, but it's not, and there is a nature there, there's a naturalness there, but I still feel like they're in the cave. Does that make any sense? As a photographer, even though I'm not like, I'm not amateur photography, I'm like probably intermediate, maybe. I don't know. I mean, personally, I think a lot of my photos, they're very personal. I don't show them to anybody except family, or friends. But so I mean, take it for what you will. I mean, professional photographer for my family, for my kid especially. He's my muse. But yeah, pose, baby, no. But that's why I got a camera, actually, is because I've always had cameras even before Eli, but I got a really, really serious camera because I was just like, I want beautiful family photos, and I want beautiful photos of my kid. And don't get me wrong, we did a few of like the family photos, you know, but I wanted beautiful family photos that actually represented our real family life. So like what we were actually doing every day. But it did occur to me, you know, as a photographer many years ago, you know, it's definitely my mind's eye, but it's also like, you know, you do have the mindset, the viewpoint of like, is this representing my life or is this death? I mean, it was a lot. So, but that's really cool. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Art is always, even if you're not totally in agreement with it, it's still art. So it's still always, I mean, me at least, it always produces an emotional reaction. It reminds me of Kara Walker. Kara Walker did an exhibit inside the Broad in LA, actually. And it's almost like a reverse of Kara Walker, kind of. It reminds me a lot of Kara Walker and her interpretation of the South. I think Kara Walker's genius, though. I mean, she's just her interpretation of the South, everything about it. I mean, she just does genius level work. I mean, it's just absolutely insane to behold. I love Kara Walker. Yeah, her stuff really was really interesting. Everybody goes to the Broad to see the coons, which, yeah, I get it, cool. But no, I mean, the pieces that really really spoke to me in the Broad were Kara Walker's. I really loved her stuff. She really, really, really nailed the South and my personal feelings as a human being, having a Southern family and all the rest of it. She really, really did nail it all. Yeah. All right. I have errands to go run to enjoy my Christmas. So this isn't just strictly Keeks. This is a little bit of everything. I don't know, it's Christmas. I don't want to think about a bunch of crazy bullshit, I guess. I had other videos made, but this will work fine. It's really long as always because yes, my Raiderisms. I love saying Raider phrases, even though I hate him a lot. I don't completely hate him. That's too easy. No, to hate him completely is too easy. I don't completely. I still love him. Don't get me wrong. I have my days where I'm like that motherfucker. But yeah, no, I don't hate him. That's just too easy. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting art. She's an interesting artist. I mean, it is a tad pretentious. Art worlds can get pretentious really fast, so I'm always very cautious of that. There's being an artist, and not that she's not a real artist. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just saying there's being an artist and you're kind of stuck in the pretentious worlds. I feel that way about my career. I'm very real in litigation. I'm very real paralegal. I'm very real in law. And the world itself is very pretentious, and I'm just kind of like stuck in it, you know, doing my real work. And then I don't show my art. I don't sell my art or anything like that. So, but I've seen it in the art world many times because I don't run in the circles, but I go to galleries. I go to museums all the time, and art is very important to me. And I'm still a photographer. I still find things interesting that I take photos of. But yeah, I mean, I feel like she's just one of those people that's just kind of like there with her cocktail, and she's like, I take photos of Keanu. I kind of get that kind of vibe. Maybe I'm way off base. I don't know these people. But I mean, just offhand, my read, I kind of get that. I take photos of Keanu. So I'm just not that kind of person. I deal with it all the time with lawyers. I hate those people. I don't hate them, but I mean, it's not my favorite. So yeah, and that's why I'm getting concerned, because you have to realize these are mega rich art scene, New York art scene people. They're blah 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 blah. That's where they're at. And people thinking that's nice, those are nice people. Okay. Not really. I mean, no, not really. And see, that's what's really pissing me. Not that I had like any delusions that he's like some, but yeah. I mean, I just really like me. I mean, he could be a great guy, but at the same time, blah blah blah, a little bit. Pass me my grey poupon. And that's what I mean. Mustard beats for my Barbie. Ooh. So yeah, I'm all for art, but I do know that a lot of real artists, not that she's not a real artist, but I do know a lot of real artists get stuck in the pretentious circles. And not that she's not a real artist, but she's kind of going the way of like Warhol, a little bit. It just, instead of Marilyn Monroe, Keanu's her muse. I don't know. I mean, as an artist and a muse, I've been my own muse. You have to be really careful, because a muse can feel used real fast. And, you know, for me, my purposes of my kid, I just wanted him to have photos to look back on for the rest of his life, you know. And the camera was not out every single day, that's for sure. And trust me, he was a baby, you know, as in a little kid and all the rest of it. When he was a baby, that was the first thing he did. He crawled straight to me and my camera. He wanted to play with it. So, I mean, he was behind the camera as much as he was in front of it. So, yeah, I mean, there's all of that. So, yeah, guys, I just don't know about him being the nicest guy in Hollywood. And really, I think it would be a lot more interesting, because I mean, he's not playing into it. He's not like marketing himself that way, thank God. He's too pretentious for that anyways. That would, like, if somebody seriously came to him to market himself as the nicest guy in Hollywood for real in some type of way, he'd be like, what? And interfere my Grey Poupon. Yeah. So, yeah. That's how it is. That's how they are, for real. I don't really have much more to say. Yeah, stop thinking he's the nicest guy in Hollywood. Stop thinking he's a nice guy. I'm not saying he's never nice. I'm just saying, I don't know if he's like super nice guy. He could be. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm not saying he's mean. I'm not saying he's hateful or anything. I'm just saying nice is a very specific thing. Nice is being like, hi guys, blah, 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 all the time, and never coming off of it. And I just don't know about nice, because he can be nice, I'm sure. No, he's too sarcastic. My thing is like, is he sarcastic because he is like, my fans are insane, come off of it? Or is he sarcastic because he's just like snobby and like, you know? So there's that. Yeah. All right. I have to go make Christmas fun. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. My brain is not working. My brain is mush. Work is kicking my ass. Not the work itself. I understand the work. It's just a lot. They just pretty much crash landed a bunch of paper on me. Please do all this. Please do all this work. And I'm like, one thing at a time. So, yeah, there's that. So, I need a sugar daddy like Keanu so I can do my... well, but, yeah, Raider, surgeon, paging Dr. Roque. See, when I do things like that, when I do things like this, Raider's head explodes right off his neck. Beach. Yo, beach. He has the thickest Cuban accent you ever heard in your life. Because he's Cuban. He's like from Cuba. He's born and raised in Cuba. So when he speaks English, you beach, you beach, baby, you beach. Oh my God, crazy, you make me crazy. That's Raider. You're making me crazy, woman. You're making me crazy. That's exactly what Raider is. That's exactly how he talks too. And he has little Raiderisms. Yeah. Raider phrases. Raiderisms. Because yes. I'll ask him, be like, why? Because yes. Okay. Or he'll just straight up go, no. I'm just like, okay. You know, he's straight up, he's just like, no. All right then. Or you're making me crazy. That's his favorite. Or I feel bad. Oh yeah, I'm about to show you. What's another Raiderism? Oh, the pain in my heart. I do that one all the time. Oh, if I do that, he will instantly be like, peach, you smart ass peach. God. What's another one? He has a million. You make me crazy. You are crazy. You're making me crazy. Yeah. The full gaslight. Yeah. Yeah. You are crazy. You make me crazy. When he gets really mad, he'll start screaming, motherfucker. You're such a motherfucker. It's usually when he's not getting his way with me. So whenever he stops getting his way with me and he wants something very specific out of me, he won't verbalize what that is. I have to guess because I'm a mind reader now. But yeah, he'll be like, you're a motherfucker. I'm like, oh, I'm about to show you. Okay, let's see. Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfuckers. Just, oh, he means it too. Not that it's the truth. It's just something. Just because somebody means their sentiment towards you doesn't mean it's true. Let's see. Feelings are facts. Okay. They can be based in facts, but most of the time people, when they're operating under feelings. Now, see, I'm trained to operate under my factual feelings. So usually my feelings are based in some fact. But that's not usually the case. A lot of feelings, people are just naturally cognizant of their feelings. They're not trained. So it's usually not fact or based in fact. Their feelings are valid, but they're usually not based in a fact. It's just them popping off. let's see. Because it's like, okay, you might feel bad, and I'm sorry you feel bad, but that's not the reality. So, let's see. What's another Raiderism? He says so many things. I'll have to write them all down. He's crazy. He drives me crazy. He says the funniest things, though. I love it when he's like, because yes. I'm just like, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. You know, I'll just be like, what are you doing? Blah, blah. And he goes, because I like. It's just like, oh, okay. It's just, he's just very, very, he's himself to a fault. Yeah. Which I can relate to some degree, but yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna head off here, guys. I needed to brush this kombucha off. Well, banana, coffee, and kombucha. All right. The older I get, the smaller breakfast gets. Yeah. And the less I can eat and drink. I can't even handle coffee in the morning anymore. It's depressing. And my stomach can only handle water. Getting old is really stupid. Really stupid. And really, honestly, I have to be really careful about coffee because, I mean, I'm used to drinking my espresso that I make at home. So I'm trying not to sound like a pretentious asshole that I've been bitching about. But, I mean, that's how Cubans make coffee, and I like Cuban coffee better. Also, I find it interesting that everybody at work was just like, oh, I thought you were Cuban, blah, blah, blah. It really was upsetting to me that they were just like, oh, Cubans are liars. I was like, what are you talking about? Because, I mean, really, Raider is truthful almost to a fault. Don't get me wrong, he lies like everybody else, but, I mean, everybody lies. Everybody's lying all the time, every day. I think I watched a thing with the CIA, and I think people tell an average of like 100 lies a day or something. Yeah. So, for real. You have to think about all the white little lies you tell every day. Because if you told everybody what you were thinking truthfully all the time, one, you would never do anything. You would piss so many people off. You would hurt so many people's feelings. The whole world would fucking fall apart. So, seriously. I think people lie on average about 100 times a day or something like that. At least. So, yeah. Because you have to think about how many times you like, oh, that shirt's so cute. Oh, blah, blah, blah. No, I won't say something to somebody. If I think something's ugly, I won't lie and be like, oh, that shirt's so cute. I just won't say anything at all. Now, please don't think that if I don't say anything, I'm thinking you look horrible or I think it's ugly automatically. It's just, I could just be indifferent or I just don't care. No, if I'm not some Regina George, I'm not going to be like, oh, those are cute, and they're really not. No, I'm genuinely complimenting people. But, yeah, I am not like some snobby Regina George type at all. Like, that's not how I operate. I don't like that stuff. I've never been that way. I am an artist. I'm an art nerd. I don't know why people think I'm the way I am. That's pretension right there. That's like pretentious snobbery. You know, Regina George is snobby. She's not pretentious snobby. A little, but in a very superficial way. This is like deep New York art scene pretension. It's a whole other type of thing. It's a whole different type of snobbery. I am not snobby. I don't know why I've had the snobbiest people I've ever seen in my life try to twist it and turn it around and play like I'm the snob. Raider's a huge snob. Even though I'm an intellectual, I don't like running around with intellectual crowds very much. it's not my thing. I am an intellectual. I studied all that in depth. I understand everything about all that bullshit. But I just, no. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I spent so many years as a stay-at-home mom, and I was doing the bubble guppy thing and hanging with my kid and, doing that kind of thing. I maybe have a different approach. I don't know. Also, I am an intellectual. I'm college educated, all the rest of the bullshit. And before I had my kid even. But, my career, I started out at the bottom, union striking, union fighting in my strikes, for real. So it's even though I'm in the corporate white collar bullshit world, it's from a totally different angle. Even though they're SAG, he's a SAG artist, I'm pretty sure. I don't know many major players in that world that aren't SAG card carriers. Sorry, my speech impediment's getting really bad. I've been talking for a minute. SAG is a little different from traditional union. So, yeah. They're not like normal union workers. Even though I'm not a normal union worker, I'm a communication worker of America. I'm CWA through AT&T. And it is white collar. It is white collar union. It's really weird. It's a very weird way to be a union worker. But we are unionized. My union is so crazy. Like, I can take my card into any AT&T and protest, sit there as a CWA member, and have my signs and all the rest. So I can do it anywhere I want with AT&T. They have to let me. My union used to come into our corporate office and sit in the lunchroom with signs and all the stuff. Yeah, it was awesome. Sit there in the lunchroom, stare at the bosses, scare them off. It was really funny. Yeah, we're crazy. We do some really crazy stuff as a union. Yeah, but I'm a unionized collector. So, yeah, I'm unionized as a collector, and I've striked. I'm a retired union member now, but I'm still very active, and I still give my union a lot of shit, and I love it. So, I've been through a lot with my union. I mean, I've really been through a lot. So, they understand why I'm crazy. So, in terms of certain things, I won't get into all that. Yeah, being a union collector is really important to me. He's union. I don't know. SAG's different anyways, even though everybody's striking in that world right now. Oh no, I keep on top of it. I know. Writers are striking, SAG is striking, some of it. It's all really fucked up. I mean, and I do feel for them, especially the writers more than the actors. Not that I don't have anything against actors, and I really do appreciate really good acting. SAG is different. I don't know how vocal or active he is as a union member. Like, I don't know if he's really like throwing down some Pete Seeger and like, which side are you on, boys? I don't know how much he's into all that. I don't know how much he would strike. I don't know how he feels in those terms. That would be nice to know. I mean, it's a big part of his job. So, yeah. And it's not like a deeply like what position do you sleep in? You know, what do you eat for breakfast, Keanu? No, it's not deeply weird personal stuff. I mean, it's a real part of his job. It'd be nice to know some of these bigger actors, like their viewpoints, their real write fucking essay then and throw it in Vanity Fair. You can. You have that fucking available to you. Why wouldn't you? Then show me what you got. Seriously. That's kind of where I'm at with a lot of that bullshit, all those actors. It's just like, okay, you have Vanity Fair and Vogue and all these publications, the New York Times, Washington Post. You can fucking have your manager call up anybody and be like, I want to write an op-ed. I want to write an essay for the magazine. I want to do something. I mean, and write my viewpoints about being a union worker, about the striking, about what we're going through, blah, blah, blah. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's all about being vocal. And it's more than just throwing up some signs and running around outside of a fucking office. I mean, you need to be vocal. So, I mean, I guess that's where I'm at with it. Be vocal. Be present. Be real. But I don't know how much he's into it. He seems kind of more into his, like, pretentious, arty-farty stuff. That's what it is. It's a little arty-farty. That's perfect. Arty-farty. It's good. It's good art. I'm not saying it stinks. Not in like the traditional arty-farty sense. It's really good art. It's just, it's a little arty-farty. Like, it's a little like, I'm artier than art. Me and my Plato's cave and my Jungian Plato's cave. You know, it's like the start of a villain story. So that makes more sense why he's playing some darker characters like the Bad Batch and all the rest of it. Man of Tai Chi, he was the bad guy in that. So that makes some sense. Kind of makes sense about John Wick too. Okay, so things are making more sense. Yeah. So I'm getting a better read about some things. All right. And that concludes my research. So, yeah, I really do these kinds of things. When I get bored, I just have the time, and why not? At the same time, am I ever going to go to LA and look up his house? No. I don't really care. I mean, it's just more for my, like, own bullshit fun, because I'm bored, than it is anything. You know, I mean, she seems like a great person. I'm sure she is. And she's perfect for him. They're both blah, 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 arty-farty, so good for them. It's all very, like, because the thing is like, what I noticed is not the medium she was using. It was really beautiful what she did. The photography, the camera, the process she used and getting the negative of the negative. But that's not it, all the bells and whistles that she used to get there. That's still not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in Keanu, the photo of Keanu, like that, him in that pose. Like, he is what my eyes immediately go to, like him posing like that, and just him, I guess, unleashing a little bit in front of her camera. I still feel like he's clenched up a little bit though. I did a little bit of modeling back in the day. As a model, it's really hard because you can clench up. And even though something technically looks really amazing, you know, it's not. It is. But, I mean, there's some really epic fucking model photos out there, though. I think he used to be a model, but he might be rusty. I would be really rusty. So, because, I mean, taking a really good photo, you have to, like, really, like, just really let yourself go and just, you know, just, like, really feel a moment, you know, and just, like, really let your entire body and everything go. I can still feel a clench in him just looking at the photo, but it's still, that's immediately what I'm drawn to, is his posing, his modeling, where is he coming from with it, because it's all interpretive, self-interpretive. He's not being directed as a model unless she's directing him from behind the camera, which is a travesty because it's Keanu. You don't tell him what to do. You just let him feel it. She'd be like, what music you want to listen to? Okay, I'll start snapping. Seriously. Pretty much. I mean, that's all I would do there. Yeah. Pretty much. So he's clenching. So I'm wondering if she was directing him. You know, do this, do that. I hope not. That is a travesty. That is tragic. Who would have somebody like that in front of your camera and tell them what to do? He's just naturally like, even if he never was a model, he is naturally a model. You just let that happen. But yeah. So that's the point. You just let Hurricane Keanu happen. You just let Hurricane Keanu happen. So, all right. I'm out. I'm tired. It's been real. Please don't think of it as anything other than it is. Take it all with a grain of salt. It's all in good fun. It's just me being stupid and bored. That's all it is. And I don't feel like talking about a bunch of my life drama. So, and no, exactly, take it with a grain of salt, because I didn't really get too heavy into his personal life. I didn't really get too heavy into his, like, personal. It was all, I try to keep it all pretty well lighthearted. I do appreciate the sentiment of turning the negative into a positive. That's what she was going for. I don't know, I still see the shadow. I still see Plato's cave all over it. I think maybe even a psychologist would agree. It's still reading a little pretentious. It's still reading a little bit too contrived. So, but, you know, everybody's a critic. Is it my taste? Yeah, to a degree. I mean, if I had the money and I saw the print, and saw some of the prints and stuff like that, would I have it in my house? Sure, yeah, why not? It's really cool. It is really cool. And that's it. It's really, 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 really cool. It's almost a little too cool. It's not even cool. It's cold. That's what it is. I don't see the warmth. Because cool is not cold. There's still a smidge of warmth there in cool. You know, like, cool can still feel like home, you know? So, if you do, this feels a little cold. But, I mean, she could be a great person. I don't know. Whatever. I don't think I'm overreading it, though, because we're talking about Plato's cave and Jung, and it's really bleh. You know, I just feel like I'm in, like, philosophy 101 and psychology 101, kind of. So, I mean, it is pretentious. It is a little contrived. And I can see that in her photo of Keanu, just right off the bat. I can feel her contrivedness coming off on him. Even though I think he might be a little bit like, you know, tea. That's cool. That's fine. even though I think he's naturally a little bit that way, I think he's gotten worse. I think he used to be a little bit more relaxed. So, yeah. So I do find it interesting that his career came back and she came in at the same time. That's an interesting correlation. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm probably the last person you want all up in your shit because I'm probably not way off base. If anything, I take a conservative point of view. I really do. I try to. It's not really necessarily always benefit of the doubt. I do give benefit of the doubt, but it's not always necessarily. Sometimes it's not benefit of the doubt. It's conservative point of view. And I don't mean that to be politically conservative. I mean conservative in terms of how I'm approaching. So, because it's kind of like when you're cooking. When you're cooking, you take a conservative approach, especially when you're adding spices and herbs and specifically salt, because you can always add more. You can't take away. So it's always better to be conservative with those kinds of things because you taste, okay, a little more, a little more, a little more. Okay, stop. Kind of like with hair. You can always cut a little more off. You can't bring it back. It'll grow back, but you know. So, it's kind of like those things. They oversalted the stew. That's exactly what it is. Young in Plato's cave and blah, 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 blah. It's just like, I understand. I think that's just it. And I think they do it because they're just like, people don't understand it at our level. And I'm just like, okay. No, I understand, baby. I understand way more than you want me to. Way more. Way more. I probably understand it maybe better than you. So, yeah, I work with it all day, every day. So, all right. I don't know. I just want to mess up her hair. Get her drunk. Come on, Keanu. Mess up her hair and get her drunk and then throw a camera at her. See what happens. So, I don't know, experiment. Beside, with more than your pinkies. I don't know, maybe you need to experiment with a pinky or two in a different way. And on that note, I'm out.